Hello. Hello. Hello.
You ever like look at a scratch that's on your that's on your arm or something like that, or your hand, and you're just like, how the heck did I get that? Like you just lost, you just confused because it's like, I would like to think I am fairly sufficient in knowing when I injure myself and such, and then lo and behold, there's just like a random like cut or bruise, and you're just like, huh. I distinctly do not remember doing something to warrant this random. Also, like, it has a little, like, I don't know, it just feels like there's a bruise under the cut as well. So, like, did I, like, somehow bang a corner or something like that? And it was just like, like, get cut up and get a bruise? Like, it's only a scab, but, like, yeah. Confusing as fuck, I'm gonna tell you. Oh, yeah, it's fine. It's not the worst. I've had plenty of just scrapes, rashes, bruises and all that kind of nonsense. It's not the end of the world that I have to deal with them and all that kind of nonsense. So, yeah. All right. So I have a brain. You could do this, brain. Oh, everyone's healed. Oh dear. Oh dear is right. Let me just add my emote back into the fray. See if I can deal with this robot Zeebs. Hopefully I'm coming through all right for everyone. Hopefully that's working out. Zunk, dunk, dunk, dunk. All right. We only got like a couple minutes. Only a couple minutes left. I reckon this is. I reckon we can like do a little like highs and hellos to everyone. Happy Friday. Hang on a sec. Happy Friday. Look at that. Yeah. Hi there, Artemis. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Ah, yes. It is Friday. I may be on call, but I don't have to work tomorrow. I might be able to sleep in or stay up tonight. I'll be able to sleep in tomorrow at the very least, so long as my back doesn't do random nonsense. You have the highest kill streak in the intro fighter? You don't have the highest kill streak. Robot Zeebs has like right now is the highest. Look at that. Like they got 3. No, you ain't. It just said I did. It probably will like maybe it mentions like the total kills in total maybe or something like that. Potentially. Man, because like the thing is I have this thing running in the background all the time. Like that's the trick. While this thing will pop up during advertisements and such, I do have the Intro Fighters program just running in the background the entire time I'm streaming. Also, why am I like looking all the way over here when I could be looking straight forward at you with my piercing eyes? Hang on, do I have a different camera? Do I have a different camera where I can just be like absolutely like, you know, zoomed in? No. 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 No? 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 No. Okay, so I don't have a perfect camera. Maybe I need to work on more camera angles and such. Lord knows I can come up with way more camera angles because I've only got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've only got like 10 cameras so far. I can come up with way more cameras. Although I also need to come up with like little icons for some of those like cameras rather than it just saying like gaming C1, chatting C2, chess C3, cake C4. So we'll figure it out. Only 10 cameras? How do you survive? I don't know. I don't know, Artemis. I do my best with what I have available to me. It is a tough life being me, being GrantZeebs. I am my own desktop support person. I am my own, like, you know, programmer, my own, like, graphic thingamadiggy, my own moderator. I do a lot of things on my own for this streaming service. I do a lot of things for the benefit of me, GrantZeebs, playing video games, and sometimes getting an audience when I do. I do what I can. So, but yeah. So this week has kind of been a little bit tumultuous and like with normal timings, I will be real with you, because, you know, normally if we look at my stream schedule like here, like I had Monday as River City Girls 2 with Blue. Normally that's when I play the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Then on Wednesday I went and played Uncharted 2. That one's just normal. I had to move my Final Fantasy to Friday. So it's going to be interesting. I think I used to have Final Fantasies on Friday, to be real with you. I think that used to be a regular thing, but I wonder why. Maybe it was because there was like random server emergency patching going off on the Friday, so I wasn't like, so it might not have been the best idea. Maybe. And then meanwhile, Diablo 2 as always on Sundays. So, you know, it is what it is. Ding, don't. Also, that reminds me, I need to turn off and on something. There we go. So yeah, so we are like, we're all up to date with Dawn Trail stuff. So we don't need to do any like alliance raids of Dawn Trail or normal raids of Dawn Trail or additional dungeons of Dawn Trail. All we need to do is just the side stuff that I have not put the is just all the side stuff that I've not done in the previous expansions. So the one that I'm going through right now is Endwalker side stuff, because like the alliance raid of Endwalker was like, that one was like really cool because that one had like the gods and all that. And then this one here, we're going through something called Pandemonium, where during our little like escapade where you like learn that there's like, so if the alliance raid is like quote unquote heaven, then the normal raid is just hell. It is just, as you know, the Asians or like, you know, the Whatsamahuzi being like, ah, yes, this creation is way too dangerous, but it would be a terrible idea not chronicling the fact that this is a dangerous creation. So what are we going to do? We're going to put this dangerous creation into this little place here. And while we do that, let's just have like some, you know, emotionally stunted adults, you know, lock pieces of themselves away and such. I'm beginning to learn that people in the past in this video game, in the critically acclaimed MMORPG, were not very stable people. These were people that decided that they were like, oh yeah, let me just sunder my soul so I don't have to think about the emotional whiplash of my wife almost causing the end of the world. Or what am I gonna do about, you know, answering life's mysteries and the reason for our existence and our purpose? I know. I am going to create life and have them have personalities and have them have siblings, and I'm gonna ask that they go out into the universe to dying planets and ask this question. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. So, all kinds of crazy stuff. So, but yeah. You know, there's just something weird about blah 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 blah. If my brain can do the work, can do the older generations in like fantasy and sci-fi being like, hey, we see no like repercussions in doing this very emotionally stunted stuff. I'm glad that. Am I? Maybe. Would I be like emotionally mature? I feel like a part of me isn't. Although a part of me, I feel like there's aspects of me where I'm like very emotionally mature. Well, we're gonna have to, you know, see how that goes. Yes, yes! My girlfriend thinks I'm emotionally mature, thank goodness. Alrighty then. So, more critically acclaimed MMO. Actually, hang on a second. Just in case. There we go. Just in case one of my moderators is just sort of like, you know, in the middle of Final Fantasy XIV and also wants to play the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward and Tantalizing Stormblood and player favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime. I'm getting really good at this. I've actually never mind. I've always been good. I've always been good at this. Where is Cap? There's Cap. And then dunk. There we go. All right. So I have a new Wondrous Tale. 51 to 59, 50 and 60, 90, 100. Lightweight, Omega, Juno. So they want us to deal with Sigmascape, just any Sigmascape, okay. An Alliance Raid in Heaven's Ward. Heavyweights, M3 or M4. Light Heavies, 1 to 4. Containment Bay, Hell's Kier, Crown of the Immaculate, Crystalline Conflict. Do you want to know what Crystalline Conflict is like? It is an absolutely weirdy fucking thing. Like, watch this shit. Yes, it's gonna pop in less than 5 minutes, thank goodness. But yeah, Crystalline Conflict is the PvP aspect of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free blah, 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 blah. It is confusing, to say the least. So yeah. Because this game, you know, it's all about collaboration. It's a massive multiplayer online game. Like, it should be, you know, a whole team of people working together to a goal and what have you. And while technically speaking, this does do that. Hang on a second. Do I have... Hang on. Okay, so I do already have that in the glamour chest. Do I have this in the glamour chest? Yes, I do. And yes, I do. Okay, so I already have all of these ones. And then Unsung Relics of Aspheros. Search for this item. Okay, so I don't have Purgatory. Wait, did I pick the right one? Unsung Helm of Abessos. Okay, so yeah, no, I am looking at the right one. Unsung, and then that's the Asbestos. Unsung Relic of What's-a-Mahuzi. Unsung Mythos. And then there's this one here where... Okay. Some of the outfits look good. Also, why is this 7 minutes? 7 minutes to go through a Crystalline Conflict? Goodness gracious. All right. Absolute boulder dash. I could be doing all sorts of things. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna... Alright. Ruzenod. Ah, Grant! I had a feeling you would arrive soon! Urgent tidings always seems to carry you in their wake, after all, and Lord Fortunal recently sent word regarding his investigation. It seems he's uncovered information regarding Professor Claudian's whereabouts and the sudden appearance of pandemonium in the Ethereal Sea. We would do well to meet with him at once. If you have no objections, I ask that you proceed to the Itelescope forthwith. I shall make the necessary arrangements and join you shortly. Dun dun. Yep, okay, cool. So it wants me going down. Lift operator! Take me down. Alright. So. One level and then... Yep, cool. Awesome. Alright. Let me just get a mount, because you move quicker with a mount. Look at this. Look at the speed in which I move when I'm on a mount. Oh, are you kidding me? I can't... God damn it. You can't fly in this area. You just have to move normally. Also, this is kind of like a little bit of a spoilery thingamadiggy because Artemis, my girlfriend, she is now going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing her to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and tantalizing Stormblood and player favorite Shadowbringers up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime. You're currently playing. Nice! Did data center... Were you able to do a data center travel by the by? Because I can't remember if, like, while you're on a free trial, you're able to do data center travels. Ah. Alright. Also, that's pandemonium right over there. No, because I have no idea how. Ah, okay, so... So, the way it works... Da, 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 da. So the way it works is, like, you'll just have this option of, like, mine is currently, like, faded out because I've already done, like, the little thingamadiggy, but basically, like, you get to your character, like, at the logon thingamadiggy, you right-click it, and then you should have an option here, visit another data center. Mine is currently, like, you know, grayed out because I'm already visiting another data center. Everyone needs some chaos now and then. Hi, Warhorse Indra. Welcome to the stream. I wasn't exactly inviting any sort of chaos, but I was gonna try and do some pandemonium. That's the name of the raid series we're going through in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final. So if I exit game and log back in, I should be able, if it's on free, maybe. You shouldn't have to go to the, you shouldn't have to exit game. You should be able to just choose quote unquote log out from the system menu. Ooh, that was a cool looking thing. Alrighty. Waiting, and waiting, and waiting. Ah. Hello. I have you for answering. I thank you for answering my summons with haste. Let us forego formalities and jump straight to the heart of the matter. You can visit another data center? Hell yeah, you can get... So, the reason why I'm over in Materia Ravana is because Materia is the Oceania data... Actually, hang on a second. There's going to be like a fun little... Like, let me just open up Opera GX real quickly so I can show you the map and all that kind of nonsense. So, FF14 data centers. All right, so these are the data centers. Now, the way they have them split out is that you have physical data centers. So you have, like, you know, the physical data centers in North America, physical data centers in Europe, physical data centers in Oceania, and physical data centers in Japan. And, you know, each of them have what's called a logical data center. So the idea is that even though, like, they're based in a physical location, but, you know, they have it so it's like, oh yeah, this data center is just for, like, convenience sake, and these are all the different worlds. So there's, like, a certain capacity for going into, like, you know, Aether, for instance. And then there's a certain capacity for Crystal, and then a certain capacity for Dynamis, and a certain capacity for Primal. Now, Dynamis, to my... This is what they want. Dynamis, to my understanding, technically isn't a normal physical data center. It's actually a, like, the Dynamis data center is technically a, hang on a second. Leveling... Maybe I'm wrong. I swear someone told me that Dynamis was a slightly different data center for North America because rather than it being a... instead of it being a normal physical data center, it was supposed to be a... it was supposed to be a cloud data center, I thought. But hang on a sec. Let me just have a look. So, new worlds coming to the Dynamis data center and details on housing. For the Dawn Trail, 4 new worlds will be added to the Dynamis data center for Tuesday, June 11th. Okay, so that was a few years ago. Yeah, that was 2 years ago. We have confirmed a bug where the new bonuses on new worlds. Oh yeah, when they create new worlds and such, they do like a bonus thing where it's like, the road to 90 or the road to 80. Good thing you can visit other data centers from a City Crystal. You can, okay, back to here. So while you are in North America, so for instance, while I'm in the North America server Crystal and I'm over in Goblin, I can just go to a city center, to a city's Aetherite, and I can be like, hey, I want to go visit the world Balmug, or I want to visit the world Malbro, or Mateus, or Zalara. That's really awesome. If I wanted to visit another data center, however, I would need to log out and go, data center visit, and I can go to any one of these, or I can go to the Oceania. So, hang on, explanation error. So, on world classification, so depending on this, those are the classifications. Here we go. So we got physical data centers, and then we got the logical, and then we got the different worlds. So the physical data centers represented in the blue are the 4 regions. The closer your place of residence, yep, cool. The less likely to experience network lag, such as players typically choosing the physical located closest to their distance. Each physical DC contains 1 to 4 logical data centers, represented on green in the diagram. Yep, cool. The following are some that can be accessible while we belong to: matchmaking, party recruitment, cross-world link, shells, PvPs, and worlds. Each logical contains 5 to 8 worlds. Yeah, cool. So it doesn't do that kind of an explanation. But data center travel is it gonna so North America, like logical data centers, they can travel to different logical data centers, but we can't travel to Europe. Europe has only the 2, Chaos and Light, and they go in between that. Japan goes, Elemental, Gaia, Mana, Meteor, and they can go between those. Now, the interesting thing about Materia, which is over in Oceania, is that Materia cannot travel to any of the other physical data centers. They will not allow it. I don't know why they make this restriction, but that's the way the cookie is crumbling here. Now, the interesting thing is that while Oceania can't travel out, any one of these physicals, so Japan, Europe, and North America, they can actually go in to the Oceania data center. So there is some complaint, like I was recently on like what was called a hunt train or a baby train, and someone in the Discord explained to me that people in Materia do not like data center visitors coming into Materia for limited like resources runs such as hunt trains. They think that, where like it's people in North America, for instance, in prime time for them, they've already done their hunt train in their data center. They data center travel to Materia during the off time, and then they go in here and, go through a hunt train and ruin everyone's like, spawn timers and all that kind of nonsense, which I think is I can understand people's annoyance of it, but I feel like that complaint shouldn't outweigh the benefit that Materia has, which is if you have friends or you want to organize an event and you don't want to be limited by a region, have everyone come to Materia, because then you have people from North America, from Japan, and from Europe all coming together with their preferred character into the one world. Hi, Code.
Hi. Also, I got something for you, Artemis.
Hey, don't steal. Why are you stealing my shirt?
I got it for you, Artemis. I got the shirt.
Why are you giving my girlfriend gifts? Why are you giving my girlfriend gifts? Why are you giving her my shirt?
I mean,
He's trying to get your favor. Don't listen to him. You're stuck with me. Nate. So how's it going, Code?
I'm good.
Nice.
I'm gonna cook dinner about now, but I thought I'd come by and Final Fantasy with you for a little bit.
Fair. I appreciate it. I'm actually going through something that I think you'll be able to go through as well now, which is the side content of Endwalker.
Woo! There is some that I probably won't be able to go through because I've only just finished Endwalker, and I think there's a little bit that I got to go through the brain stopped working. Some of the post game stuff.
Let me have a quick look because let me just have a look at this thing. So it doesn't look like there's a prerequisite for
What's the name of the mission?
So I'm going through the Pandemonium series. So the first mission you're going to need to go through is the Crystal from Beyond.
Oh, yeah, I just accepted that quest.
Awesome. So because the previous quest was Endwalker, so you just needed to get through Endwalker in order to go
so I just
through
go
it.
speak with Clauden.
Yes. So you will have some fun interactions with that. Also, hi there, Velk. Welcome. Final Fantasy. You can almost
Final
do it.
Fantasy.
Fantasy. Wait, is it Fantasy or Fantasy? Where's the emphasis? Is it on the T or on the S? Fantasy.
Yes.
I feel like it's a fantasy. You gotta do that T, like a French. No, shut up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I would bonk you if I could.
Aha! No bonking on taser for me.
Oh, hang on. I can do a taser.
Wait. Ah! Why?
So yeah, but yeah. Also, hi Velk. Hopefully you're gonna have a wonderful. I checked in with Velk, and apparently he's going through like the latest ultimate that's been released called Dancing Mad Ultimate, or UMAD for short. He showed me what the first phase is, and I don't think I could follow it. I'm a dumb zebra. I don't think I would be able to do any of the ultimates that are being presented.
Yeah, I had to have Velk help me at the very least just to get the fucking plane.
Plane?
Yeah, the plane. I got a vroom vroom plane.
Oh, okay, a plane mount of some sort. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. I actually
from Kefka Savage.
Kefka Savage. So yeah, I actually like, I don't know what got into me, what possessed me for doing this, but I went through some of like the normal rate savages, seeing if I could do them solo. I can do all of the Omegas, or so not the Omega, sorry, the Alexandria ones, where it's like, you know, the arm, the arm, the head, the creator, or whatever the fuck it's called. There is one that I have to like do a burst where it's like the 4 legs or something like that. And if I get rid of the 3rd leg, I get like 2 markers on me. And if I don't kill the 4th leg in time, I just insta-die. I'm trying to, but like apparently that one is the one where you get like the cool What's-a-Mahuzi mount from, so which is going to be a little bit annoying. But yeah, I was doing all that just to see if it was easy enough for me to farm for grabbing some raid gear for glamour purposes. I still need to go through the Stormblood savages, but I feel like those ones I would much rather do with a buddy or two. And then at some point I need to figure out how I'm going to do the savages of this Endwalker, because I feel like you would still need a party of 4 at the very least for the savage tier of this one, wouldn't you?
Nope, you need a party of 8.
Fuck!
Yeah, that's what it says to you. Because Pandemonium is fucked.
God damn it, and you got cool looking shit from Pandemonium as well.
That being said, you only have to do 1 mechanic of Savage. Just 1.
Okay. Well, I've not yet done the Savage of any of these, because right now I am still going through like the last trilogy of the Pandemonium, which is
Oh, the exception is the last one.
Anabaiosis. Really, so like so the first phase was Asphodelos, the second phase is Abyssos, and then the third phase is Anabaeos.
Anabaeus. Oh, Anabaeus? One of those, yeah.
I still need to do Pandemonium P8s to 12. Oh, this is it. Well, actually, maybe not the 8th. This is probably going to help me unlock Pandemonium 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Yes, but he's talking about the Savage.
Ah,
the S is at the end. That's the tell.
He said P8 and then 12S. So he must have interpreted. Damn it! I don't want to do. Alrighty. Oh, the fishing isn't working. What's up with the fishing?
Well, clearly it's not sending the emails through.
Huh.
Oh, not that time. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm
sorry.
said it's my turn with the taser.
Do you have the
No,
taser?
no taser.
I want to set it to kill after today.
No.
You can't kill Code with a taser. I still need a moderator. I had no moderators back on Wednesday. I desperately needed moderators. I was
be
left to my
fair,
own devices.
I have been studying that fight crazily. I have been busy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, no getting tased.
Yeah, he said that I'm not allowed to kill you via taser. He didn't say I
Okay.
wasn't allowed to kill you in general.
No.
Look, you're not in my party. You can't do like a funny, like, you know, rescue Code the Yoshi and have him no, nope, 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 nope. I don't want to fish. Shit.
But
So-
Grant, they're a fish. Or a chicken nugget, apparently.
Hang on.
Wouldn't that be a fish finger?
Okay, maybe. There we go. Unless, did I not do the instructions correctly? Hang on.
No, that seemed to have done it.
It's done at least like one fish. But I need it to do like 2 more. Because it will tell me like if I can do multiple catch. Here we go. Oh, okay. So I need to put in like the little thingy-majiggy at the. So I need to do X2. So that's how it works. All right. So to get it done 2 more times. Grant, if you get the wheel, I'll be upset. I try not to be involved in the fishing thing because I don't want the stats getting warped and such. Because otherwise, I would have just had myself doing like fishing 99 times or something like that. I have infinite channel points. If I really want to be a dick, I could just be spamming the fish myself, and then just end up with like, you know, ruining it for everyone else. Although, to be fair, I could also just change the cost of the fishing so then that way it opens up at 200 channel points or something. But I don't want to be like that. Anyway, hang on a sec. I just finished my can of Pepsi, so I get to go.
I'm gonna take a memo.
Kobe! There we go. Yeah. God damn it, Het, you stole my shirt. A moment of vulnerability while I was throwing my can away. It went in, by the by. Why does Velk want to kill? Was he clowning around? Yeah, were you clowning around with Kefka? Were you clowning around?
Oh, he's been clowning me. I love memory games in my game.
Yeah, it came packaged with your game. It came packaged with your massive online multiplayer game where, as a massive multiplayer game, it's a massive game with massive mini-games.
Yeah, but the issue is that it's a debuff soup, so you get like 6 or 7 debuffs.
Oh, like
but some of them are fake.
Like the what's a mahoozy? What's that thing that like that spews on you if you don't move out of its yellow and you get every debuff?
Yes, about that many debuffs, except some of them are fake and some of them are real.
Just Asuna
Work it
all of
out.
them then.
You can't Esuna them.
What do you mean you can't Asuna them? What the fuck
Yeah, welcome
is...
to this fight.
Oh, Jesus fuck. What's the point of Asuna if they're not gonna let us get rid of some of the debuffs?
So, some of them you have to get rid of by killing yourself, but not killing yourself in specific ways, which is crazy. And some of them are stacks, but it's actually a spread because he was faking that. And some of them are spreads, even though they said that they were spreads, because he was actually being real about that one.
Kefka sounds
And
like
then some of
hell.
them
I want to
emotions.
do it. Davey boy, do you want to try and do that on Materia? Because I'm not gonna do. I can't go over to European servers. I am in a North American server, and I will go down to Materia for that ping advantage.
You would need to do the most recent raid on Savage
Yeah.
to be able to do.
It definitely is going to be. It's one of those things where if you do ever find me doing Savage raids like that, I must have gone through everything Final Fantasy XIV has offered me, and I am not and I don't think I'm there yet. I'm not even on EU. What the? You're not even on what data center are you on? Like, cause like my normal one is Crystal Goblin. So Codes is Crystal something or rather, I think.
Crystal Goblin.
Crystal Goblin as well. Meanwhile, Velk over here is sitting over in Materia. Oh, you're Goblin just like me. Just like me. Nice.
JBB Goblin these nuts.
All right.
Cool. So I've got the first one. I've got the. No, wait, that's the wrong one. Journey to the Ocular Portal. Oh, god damn it. I went to the wrong one.
You'll figure it out. Namely, the whereabouts of Professor Claudin, who has not been seen since his ill-advised journey to Az's Law. A subsequent expedition discovered an airship in the vicinity of the Aetherochemical Research Facility. Although the vessel clearly belongs to the professor, he was nowhere to be found. There were signs that someone, perhaps the man himself, had forced their way into the facility, so this trail was duly followed. However, the trail led nowhere, in the most literal sense. 'Twas almost as if an entire sector of the facility has been wrestled from existence. Further investigation confirmed the expedition party's suspicions. Nigh on an entire sector of Az's Law has been teleported elsewhere. Teleported? To where?
To your mum's house.
We believe that the destination was none other than the Ethereal Sea, so your mom's house. Here where its elegant facilities reconstituted as the halls of Pandemonium, to great success, as you can see. Okay, so a part of Az's Law turned into Pandemonium? Not as much as you gobble prey and vulnerability stacks. Hey, I'm really good at vulnerability. You just had your first KO? You? KO? What? What did you do?
Okay, Artemis? What did you do?
She doing her best. She learning. Was it like out in the wilds? Were you in a dungeon? I died, duh. Yeah, I get that, but it was like, in what circumstance? Yeah. Like, I'll be real with you. As a tank, I have tied many times. Took on too many Anoles. Ah, okay, so you were killed out in the wild. So that means Professor Claudin is in there? In that monstrous forest? That is our leading theory. We are certain enough, at least, to risk sending you in its depths in search of the missing man. So yeah, Artemis, my girlfriend, Velk, she's playing as a Lancer.
Yeah.
Trying to get to the top of Naked Rock. Yet, before we do, there is another pressing matter. While Pandemonium may appear firmly sealed, an unknown entity was recently spied crawling forth from its gates. We observed its behavior with the Atioscope, and to our horror, witnessed it gorging upon the surrounding aether like a ravenous beast. What? But it must be stopped. The ethereal sea harbors the souls of the departed. 'Tis the wellspring from which all creatures are born. If its flow were disrupted, life itself might cease to be.
Wah!
Wah. Precisely. Its safety must be our first priority. Rid us of this menace, Grant. Then we will be at liberty to investigate what wicked machinations are afoot. You can count on me. This memory crystal was recovered from Claudin's airship. Take it with you. It may yet prove some insight into the enigma of Pandemonium. Excuse me. Something got caught in my throat then. I might need to get a quick drink. Without Themis, there will be no army of phantom warriors. I believe you are more than capable in combat, but you are certain you'll be alright? Yeah. Themis isn't the only one who can summon our illusory allies. Huh? Is it? Why, of course. I should have known someone of your talents would master even the ancients' arcane arts. Apologies for my failure of imagination. I love how we give a narrative reason for, like, why there's, like, you know, our Warrior of Light times 8 in any of these scenarios. It's like, ah, yes, thanks to the powers of ancient magics, we're able to do that in Pandemonium thanks to, like, the unsundered beings. Meanwhile, over in Dawn Trail, it's like, ah, yes, you're going into this wrestling match, and since you don't want to, like, you know, go in with, like, beast souls infusing into you and shit, we'll let you use our, like, warrior souls from, like, the Hall of Heroes, and because they don't have beast souls tapped into them and shit like that, the warriors are just warriors themselves. Once we are freed of the looming specter of Pandemonium, you must promise to share your knowledge, for the sake of thorough reports, of course. In the meantime, I shall focus my efforts on providing you with what information and support I can. I shall gather...
Hunt him.
I shall gather researches from Confluence to construct a means to convey you to your destination. The rest is in your hands.
I mean, he's just a Lalafell. Who's gonna miss him if he ends up, you know, being
Just
flung
floating
into
the ethereal sea, where he'll get resurrected into anywhere else at any time.
Yeah.
Anabesios, the 9th circle. Alright. Do you want help in your raid code?
I'm just going through them. I am just doing the unexpected. I think I'm doing the unexpected guest now.
Yeah. Oh,
No.
that reminds me. Crossworld link. Oh, damn it.
Oh, where familiars? Yeah, that one.
I don't have a crossworld link shell over in the Materia. It's over in actually, can I? Unable to execute this command with the So I can't create a cross-world link shell while in Materia. It only can work in what's-mahoozies.
What does that mean?
I wanted to create a cross-world link shell of all the Australian peeps in when we're in North America, and I thought I could get to it while I was here in Materia.
Hello.
Hi there, Goldie. Welcome, welcome. So, well, I can see Oren's there. There's a wreck. Doing some alchemy. Ooh, alchemy.
I need 900 pots for this fucking fight.
Pot dice?
No. I'm talking strength pots.
Wait, like for buffing your stats?
Yes.
Huh. Didn't think that was a need.
Oh,
Hmm.
yeah. Food and pots are 100% a need.
Ah, okay.
He needs
You're-
hot.
I really do.
Well,
Never
my goodness.
spoke so real at that moment. It's just like, yes, give me pot.
My brain is goo right now.
Mhm.
Like, I just need...
Googly goo.
All right, hang on.
Oh.
Sorry, I just need to. I have all of these like. All right, so gauntlets of golden, early,
Hang on.
lost.
Where the fuck am I going?
Early and lost. All right, so. And then.
Wow, you need to clean up your inventory, Grant.
I do, but I also don't want to immediately get rid of a lot of these things until I know I don't need them. So golden.
Understandable.
So. Yeah, because I can't remember if I did get all the Alright, so we got lost antiquity early. Well, alright, so that's lost. That's
Wait, how did you
golden.
expand your Chocobo saddlebag?
Oh, because I have the I went and got the companion app subscription, so it gives me a premium saddlebag. I'll be real with
Right,
you.
okay.
I'll be real with you. I am very tempted in paying the subscription to get an additional retainer, because like Look at all this shit that I have. I don't want to get rid of all these things. I might need to use them for crafters. I might need them.
They need to add a bank at some point in this game. They need a bank.
That's the point of the retainer.
Yeah, but they need more bank.
Then buy more retainer. That's their solution. But yeah, so like I want to try and keep my Chocobo saddlebag like relatively clean. Although Velk will probably be wondering, why the fuck do I just have all this Alexandrian stuff?
I've stopped questioning everything with what you do. I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Like I'm trying to like, you know, do the thing. Like obviously keeping the pot dies, very important. And what have you. So, and then grade 5 dark matter. So that's 6, 7. I probably don't need the lower level like dark matters, do I? I can just have everything repaired with grade 8, can't I? Yeah, used to repair.
Sure can.
Yep. All right. So first and foremost, we'll be probably selling some of these lower grades and what have you. I need to hand that in at some point. Do I have... No. All right, so I don't have anything in there.
Do I have... No. No, you do not.
Oh my god, this thing is saying it's going to take me more than 30 minutes to get it. All right, fine. Fine, let me get a party finder up and running.
What are you trying to do? The new one that you just got?
Yeah. So, recruit members. We're doing a raid, and we're going through the 9th circle. Duty completion. First time bonus. Looking to finish Anabesios tonight on stream. Any languages and recruit.
Yay, I got nuts. Great, I got a sack of nuts.
You're taking on a fate randomly.
Nope.
Well, that's how you get sacks of nuts, is you go and attend in like fates and shit.
No, you do hunt.
Hunts, fates, either. Oh wait, no, sack of nuts. Sorry, never mind. Yeah, that is from hunts.
Hey, Grant. Want to play with my sack of nuts? Ah!
Yeah.
Wow!
Just being like, yeah, you want to play with my nuts, and it's just like harassment. Poof.
Anabesios, the 9th circle just popped, by the way.
Sorry, what?
In Duty Finder. By just queuing it up for it.
You?
Yes.
You asshole.
I just quit out of it, so...
Yeah, go join my one. That is so annoying. It was like, oh yes, it's gonna take more than 30 minutes before you join it. And then meanwhile, like, you just... Yeah.
Well, you can try it.
I'm in the middle of recruiting.
Actually, tell you what, close the party.
Well, I got the first circle if someone wants to help me with that.
Hang on a sec. So, ding. Party finder, recruitment criteria, end. Yep.
Yep. And then invite me.
Jesus.
And then queue up for it.
Alrighty then. The temptation of just also grabbing Orin. Make a party. I'm a cook while I wait. And then send an invite to both. There we go.
Alright. And queue us up, and then we should be good.
Alright. Oh, we're just double healing. Okay.
Yep.
Jesus.
I mean, if it works.
If I die, it will be the funniest shit. Also, I should probably be ready to... Actually, what I can do, because I will be teleported back here when doing, like, the handover shit. The Northern Empty, Labyrinthos,
If you die, can we all laugh?
yes.
Yay. And you promise you won't tase me?
No promises.
So he's on it.
Wait, did I go to the correct one? Yeah, I did go to the correct one, I think. So, yeah. Because I've got Unsung Helm of Asphodelos, which I think I don't... Oh, these are Angles of Golden and Lost Antiquity. Oh, no, these are in Shadowbringers, which is over in... I want to say... Is it Orthod? No. It's... Nova something or rather. And if I go to... Mordsuk. Yeah, I'll use an Aetherite ticket. Biome. So yeah, so it's here, and then... Fidel cash flow. Alright, let me just have a look at this guy here. Did I... Search for item. Yep, so that's in my glamour chest. That's in my glamour chest. That's in the glamour chest. That's in the glamour chest. That's in the glamour chest. Okay, cool. So I have... Yeah, I have basically all of early antiquity. So now... This is golden antiquity. Yep. And then... Yep. 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 Okay. Well, actually, what I could probably do is I could probably just grab some of these things and... Hi there, grabby lad! I've learned to near perfect mimic a clicker sound. Clicker trained folks, beware. Oh, you mean a clicker sound like, Nope, that's the wrong clicker. This... Oh!
As soon as you did that, by the way.
As soon as I did the clicker, or the Taco Bell. Which one?
The clicker sound, but there you go.
Okay. Ah. Ugh. He looks like the mouth of Sauron, but wider. Ah, the hard candy.
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 Oh,
Oh, speaking of wider, there's Vel. A mythic creation, Kokitos? Kokios? Yeah,
do need some color. He too white.
What the? Why?
You'll see all the stains
There
on
we
him.
go. I don't know why. It was not tabbing for me. And I've just wasted all my...
It's okay. You're allowed to waste all of your...
Feast upon the surrounding souls, gaining...
Oh yeah, since you can easily listen code, the music in the background.
Hang on.
Minecraft EXP.
I can't really tell.
No idea what the mechanic was with that Ring of Fire. Ow.
Is there a better place to place the, like, relic weapons?
Oh, so like rather than holding them in your inventory, you instead like hold them in like say an armory or a glamour chest? No.
Yeah.
They're stuck there.
Okay.
I feel like the only way is like discarding them, which is like a bit of a crazy thing to do.
Well, I mean, I was able to put the level 80 ones into the glamour chest. But it feels like a bit of a waste, given the fact that they're supposed to be like really powerful, aren't they?
They're powerful for the expansion. I think they get lost during the next expansion's release. Ooh, okay.
Alright, well, I'll just keep them in my glamour dresser for now then, because I can always pull them out later.
Yeah, because like... Okay, am I doing this correctly?
Like, cause I really have no real sort of desire to work on them.
I definitely did like as much as I could for blah 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 the A Realm Reborn one, and then I switched it up and went to so I did A Realm Reborn as the warrior, but then I switched it up to do front combination. Oh. Okay, cool.
Very clever. That usually gets people.
Once I saw everyone going behind him, I was just like, oh, so I'm gonna need to like do an extra thing. And I'm just glad that it was a case of like, oh yeah, there was just a long like, you know, wait time. Something or other. I don't know what it's trying to say. Oh, come on. Oh, because I'm level 90, it doesn't have all the thingamadiggies. I totally forgot I was doing this synced. Ow. God, fucking damn it. Okay. Oh wait, I need to be farther away, don't I? Oh, shit. Okay, over here. Oh, okay. Ah, not yet there. Ice Flame summoning? Okay. And everyone's going behind. Yay! Jacket or boots? Basically tells me jacket. Practicality tells me jacket. Snapbrain tells me pretty boots. Boots. With no context, I'm gonna go boots. Dun 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 da ya. Also, I like the Marauder axe that I got from the Savage, like, Alexandria stuff. I like the little balls just spinning. Oh, they all... Fuck yeah, all for me. Yes. And I am now confident enough that I can get rid of the, Shadowbringer, like, raid drops. Muscle memory saved me, holy fuck. Impressive work, Grant. Their memories of your tenacity were not embellished in the slightest. Oh, that's, Laha Bread's wife. The crazy bitch. Do not be alarmed. A proper Actually, Velg, would you like to do the lady's voice of, like, you know, the crazy white woman?
I have to go get dinner before I do 6 hours of
Ah, okay. Fair enough, fair enough.
No.
Also, what in the world is going off with my... Sorry. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Hang on, stream quality. I need to lower that down to 720p, 30 frames a second. I just realized I may have been dropping frames for all the viewers and such like that.
Yeah, you were just a little bit.
Ah, that would have done it. Do not be alarmed. A proper introduction shall set your mind at ease. I am Athena, chief key ward of Pandemonium, wife to Lahabrea, and mother to Erythinios, and it is I who made Pandemonium anew in the underworld. In a manner of speaking, I am the source of all your recent troubles. I must say, I did not imagine I would meet you in this age. A slight miscalculation, but perhaps a fortunate one, for your deeds in the past have left quite an impression on me. I understand you have reasons to be wary, but I assure you there is no need. I know not what Lahabrea has told you of me, but all that I have done out of sincere scientific curiosity. I am still dropping all of my frames. What in the world? Hang on, I need to fix this. What? Why am I having internet problems? Why is the last 5 minutes being problematic for me? Please, stop it. I went Jack and had to end game because now my internet is being all weird. I may have to disappear for a bit. My internet might be weird as well. Code, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I haven't noticed anything.
Okay. Okay, so I might have an encoding lag right now. It says my connection is stable, but like, for whatever reason, like the actual... Huh. Why?
Oh.
Like, why am I
Aw.
getting an encoding lag? Okay, now we seem to be better. Now we seem to be a bit better. Let me just have a double check of my twitch.tv/GrantZeebs. Okay, so bam, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. It's about a 5-second. I thought it was my end. Yeah, for me, you kept freezing. Yeah, no, that was me doing some fuck ups and such. So might need to refresh. I wonder, is there some way for me to do the reset on my side? I don't think there is. I don't think there's a clever way for me to be able to reset the thingamadiggy and have it, like, you know, start streaming up to date and such without, like, just properly ending and starting the stream all over again. So, seems good now. Nice. That appetite yet remains. Even after my rebirth, conflict is the furthest thing from my mind, and I ask that you at least hear me out before brandishing your weapon.
What's that? Brandish weapon?
Brandish.
Okay.
So you have no intention of halting your research? I have not endured this long journey to let my dream of godhood go unrealized. The souls of the ethereal sea and the man you call Claudin are indispensable to my work. Worry not, for I treat all my tools with care, especially those with which I will grasp godhood.
Crazy bitch alert.
You are as stubborn as La Habrea, I see. Although I speak in earnest, you refuse to hear the meaning of my words. Perhaps you would be better served by a different teacher. Luckily, you already possess the tools I require to make one of you. My hard candy! Oh, that's not my normal hard candy, that's something else. That crystal teems with memories. Oh, that's La Habrea's crystal. Memories
So
of...
that's his hard lolly?
Yeah, it's La Habrea's hard lolly, or Laha Bresket, or whatever you want to call it. Artemis's... Oh, okay, all good. So yeah, sorry that the gaming laptops get hot, like, just with whatever games, unfortunately, which is why there's normally that whole thing of, like, people selling, like, laptop peripherals where it's like a laptop stand with fans underneath and such, so then that way it just blows cool air in there to try and reduce any, like, sort of, like, elements getting too hot. Memories of two souls you know quite well, La Habrea and Erichathonios. I shall stitch them into the fabric of two errant souls, that with their help, you may come to see clearly. Morning, Masonic. Welcome, welcome. Ah! The crystals. It got split in two. And it literally made them. They just created life. You? How? Where are we? Surely these two have much to tell you of me, and I would have you listen. Perhaps then you shall better understand me, my desire for godhood. There is another, but their soul has proven difficult to work with. However, with these memories, I may very well manage to weave together something presentable. You have a place in my plans. I do hope that in time you come to realize that cooperation is the best path forward. My PC was overheating too, but that's the heat here. You have your laptop fan on, still very warm air coming out, plus I'm cooking, so yeah, fair.
Yep. I'm gonna skedaddle, speaking of cooking, because I need to cook din-dins.
Oh, everyone's leaving me. Oh.
Well, I'm sorry that I've got to cook dinner and then go to work tonight.
It's okay. It's understandable. Real life takes priority as always, quite frankly. And it's like you gotta eat. If you don't eat, you die. You starve and you die. Like look at this. Like look at this Code Yoshi. Could you imagine this Code Yoshi not eating a meal?
I mean, yeah, right? I mean, I'd shrivel away into nothingness.
They just shrivel up. They just float away.
Yep, be all gone.
Absolutely despicable. But yeah, so thank you for jumping into the VC with me for a little bit, Code. I greatly appreciate it. And for Velk as well. He has to do some Dancing Mad Ultimate work now. And I have more of this something to go through.
Well, you have a good time, and bye, everyone.
Bye! I have little understanding of where we are, yet somehow I am unsurprised to find you here. At present, I have more questions than answers. Perhaps you can help me address this inequity. Is there somewhere we can speak without fear of interruption? Okay, someone might need a... What you cooking, Code? Oh, Code didn't mention. Sorry. He disappeared before it was too late. Excuse me, nose. Alright. I don't know how long it's been, Grant, but it's good as ever to see your face. Would that it were under more conventional circumstances. Just are we? Just where are we, and what events have led to this unexpected reunion? Now comes a full-on explanation. But here's the thing, I thought the crystal was a fragment of their soul that had the memory of their, of like La Habrea's wife / Erichineos' mother, like doing all kinds of crazy shit. And so it was like this love or something. Ah, yes. I remember you telling us about this memory crystal. To think that it contained our memories. This is a lot to take in. Not least of all the fact that you hail from the future. I searched for you after a time, but could find no trace. Now I know why. Thank you for the 7 stream streak, Masonic. I greatly appreciate it. Our age had its share of surprises. If my memories are to be believed, the supposedly world-ending final days came upon us. Yet, here we are, in a future where you, at least, exist. Do we overcome the despair that befalls us? Do we find a way to live on? Questions without simple answers, it seems. Let us take heart that life endured in some form. As but memories, we may never have the luxury of the larger picture. Regardless, now that it has come to pass, this future must be protected from Athena's schemings. Let this conviction guide our every action. There's going to be a lot of head nodding in this, in these cutscenes. Agreed, but as memories given fleeting form, we are bereft of any physical or magical talents. We cannot aid Grant in battle. Nay, Athena meant us to speak, and nothing more. But though we may be tools, we need not be slaves to her whims. We will tear ourselves from her grasp and shatter her ambitions. I must wonder how she knew of our history with Grant. Likely, she possessed some means by which to observe events within Pandemonium, either while they were occurring or after the fact. Regardless, her knowledge far exceeds our own, a shortcoming we must remedy at once. We would do well to learn more of the Pandemonium now dominating the landscape of souls. Grant's colleagues will doubtlessly prove to be of value in that respect. And then we have the option of... Alright, so let's just go for Heavenly Light. Yeah, these two are cowering very validly because them two are gods. Alright, so I need to get rid of you. 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 And you. Because I know I don't need any of yous anymore. Alright, so there's the thing to take you there. Yeah, alright, so that's that. And then... helmet. We can get rid of... these as well. Gauntlets, dinghy, and dinghy. Alright, so... these I think we can get rid of as well. Or we can at least exchange them for, like, gear and then turn that gear into company, company stuff. Yeah, we can change them into company seals if we want. Sky scripts. Sylphic gold leaves. Exalt, Titan, steel. Gone. Yeah, okay, so... Alright, yeah. Okay, La Habrea, tell us more. Why do your companions hesitate to approach? We may be unusual visitors, but time is of the essence. Bring them here. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Although you may be but a confluence of memories, it is an honor to meet the personages I only read of in Grant's reports. As a researcher, this is beyond exciting, but I admit to no small measure of fear as well. I know what you mean. I can scarcely stop my legs from shaking. We're powerless to do aught but speak. I see no reason why you should be afraid. It is my life. It isn't my life I fear for. I only fear that I might not have the chance to ask you all the questions now burning a hole in my mind. We stand before two of the ancients who hold priceless knowledge beyond the ken of any of our peers. But what purpose does fear serve if not to be confronted and conquered? To that end, we shall share with you our records, and perhaps together we can find the thread which will lead us safely out of this conundrum. Information shall be our most precious resource, for that is the only weapon we can wield in these forms. Our memories are at our complete disposal. We can start with Athena, whose thirst for knowledge discovery would see all life consumed. Her desires haven't changed. Still, she seeks to transcend her mortal existence so that she might unravel the mysteries of life. She would become a god. A nebulous concept, but Athena had her own ideas of what divinity entailed. In her mind, a god can create souls at will. Thus, she chose the underworld, or the ethereal sea it is known in this age, as the staging ground for her final experiments. Here lies a practically bottomless well of aether. Even if it means stemming the flow of life itself, she intends to continue her work. She thinks of nothing else. We caught a glimpse of Athena as we came into this world. Her smile, her voice, they were just as I remember. Without even realizing it, I found myself feeling affection for her. Well, yeah, it's your mom. You're gonna have some very conflicting feelings once you learn that she's batshit crazy and trying to end the world to get godhood. Don't look at me like I've gone mad. I'm not asking you to join her side. I know the true Richard Thonos would never want that. but these emotions remain in memory, if nothing else. Dun, dun. We shall remain here to compile what information we can. You must infiltrate Pandemonium and seek out Athena. I would ask that you leave the memory crystal with us. It may hold secrets which have yet to be unveiled. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. All that is left is to cross that menacing threshold. Shall we take a closer look? I have one question. Raiders! Raid? Oh my god, Raiders! Hi, Sly Fox! Welcome, welcome! Welcome, Raiders! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer going through games in my backlog, both old and new. And tonight, hi there, unnamed, we are going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heaven's Ward, and tantalizing Stormblood, and player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion, up to level 80, with no restrictions on playtime? You just want to bork, don't you? Fox Raid.
Don't make me send you to Jesus.
Oh, hi there, Blue. I see you were in the thing. Are you doing an ad? Me? Nah, I'm just a fan of the game. I just know this off verbatim. I don't keep important information in my head, Sly. I just have silly information, such as the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV coming with a free trial. So yeah, how was Resident Evil Requiem? Did Grace survive? Did she get through the whatsamahoozies at the time of the place with the person at the thing? Ice cream? Getting a beer-ood. Chat, type 1 if you think Blue is ice cream. Type 2 if you think he's cute. I have a question for you. Does the word Auracite mean to you?
Go suck a lemon.
Auracite? Why, yes, there are a few records of its existence. It mainly makes appearances in the legend of Ivalice and in tales concerning the Ascian Laha. Well, in tales concerning an entity known as an Ascian, this personage is associated with black Auracite known as the Heart of Sabik, a source of considerable power.
1 + 2. Yeah, okay. Awesome. I'm out of the thing with the place, and now we're doing the thing at the new one place. Nice. Gotta get some rest, so I have to head off. All good. Sly, thank you so much for raiding. I greatly appreciate it. I will do my best to keep your viewers entertained as I go through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. We're right now going through the Pandemonium raid series, so we're going through like the last of the 4 raids, I believe. So we just went through 9, so we need to go through the quest line for 10 and 11 and 12. It's over, Killer. They left. It's over. Sly left you. He went to the grocery store telling you that he was just gonna get milk and a box of cigarettes, but it's okay because I'm here. GrantZeebs, you can be here as we go through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know for what, but I heard blue, so yes, cool. You think blue is an ice cream and cute. That's what you think. Also, I'm pretty sure. Do I have a blue ice cream? No, I do not. Okay. there, Killer. Alrighty then. Anyway, without further ado. I see. So time has not buried it. Dun dun dun. Sippies. Excuse me. From the outside, Pandemonium looks no different than it does in the past. However, there is no guarantee that the inside will be familiar. You would do well to secure the area near the entrance first. Once it has been cleared of threats, La Habrea and I can approach, and we shall begin our exploration of the interior. So, this is my character. He's a bunny. He's a bun boy, a Vieira, if you will. The portal should convey you to Pandemonium's gates. I hardly need to tell you to keep your weapon at the ready. Excuse me. Oh wow, the music cut and then it just, I thought I was gonna crash. But we're good now. We're all good. I knew you would come. Oh, fuck, Themis. I never lost faith that we would meet again. I told you as much, did I not? I understand you may be confused. I was too at first. You see, I am not the true Themis. I was made by Athena, molded from one of the many souls at her disposal. I am only an illusion built from memory, no more real than La Habrea or Richithonios. Okay, I feel like I'm saying this name incorrectly.
Erichthonios.
Erichthonios. Eric. So, Laha Bread and Eric. Even so, I believe I have a grasp of the situation. This is the distant future. A future where Athena lives once more, although the means of her rebirth are yet beyond me. You are here to stop her. Have I the right of it so far? Mm-hmm. Very good. I would be disappointed if you did not rise to her challenge. Although I am sorry to say that I cannot aid you. My creator has tampered with my essence. I am oddly inclined to act in her interest. I can do naught but offer you words of warning. We will fight, and it cannot be avoided. There is no need for that pained expression. Remember, I am but an illusion, nothing worth shedding tears over. Alright, cool. I'll try to remember that you are not real. Mm-hmm. I would feel terrible if I'd have to trounce Elidibus again. I know not what it is in your mind, but I must stress once again that I cannot defy the urge to stand against you. Athena's hold over me is unyielding. Still, I would ask that you listen carefully to the advice I offer you now. Athena has prepared a new vessel to replace Ace Erichthonios, so that she may become a god. By gathering the souls readily available in the sea of Aether, she tempers her own existence. Yet, the souls are faint, diffuse. She doubts whether they are sufficient for her goals, so she has turned her gaze to you. Despite your thin Aether, you managed to lay Hephaestus low, and Athena would know the secret of your strength. To that end, she has prepared an experiment for her observation. Fight for your life against Athena's creation, and in doing so, give her the knowledge she desires. What the fuck was that? Oh. Ah! Why is it pulsing? Why is it pulsing? Oh. shit. Oh, fuck off.
What's happening?
Athena has made her move. We must find a way to reach her, or all is lost.
We can do little but hope for Grant's success.
I think I might make you a pronunciation guide for the Greek names. They're not bad, to be honest. I only have to deal with the Greek names once. It's at this point here that I have to deal with the Greek names. Pandemonium. Once a mass of lifeless stone, now imbued with a soul. Athena has grown much since her death at La Habrea's hand. Although the souls she creates are imperfect, they act with absolute obedience. I know you shall cut your way through this monster, as you have so many others. Then you shall come before me. Do not hesitate to do what you must, for that is the only way to stop Athena. Time to SOS flare. Let's see. Does it? Yep. Time to SOS flare. We got a duty to enter. Let's see. Is Davy Boy still with us? Yeah, Davy Boy is still with us. Get ready. Darn it, Davy. Where are you? There we go. You'll put away the nerd for now? For now. Although I will be real with you, if I do pick up a game that is going to be, damn it, buffering enough, there might be a little bit of an issue with my stream. I'm sorry, Ticky Tacky. But yeah, there might be a video game at some point in the future where it will feature Greek mythos and pantheons and such, and I might benefit from having that pronunciation guide. Oh, himbo rating. 23%?
It's okay. It's okay.
Sad. It's okay. Was alchemist lol. I figured. There we go. Buffs as in, oh, buffing as in potions and upgrades. No, I don't need buffs. I'm good as I am. I could do with a hyper himbo. That would be very helpful. Actually, Ticky Tacky, you have not seen me hyper himboed, have you? This is the second time you're in my stream, and you have not witnessed the full breadth of the cool tricks that I have as a himbo zebra. Like, not only can I do fun little, like, things like this, like zooming in, up, zooming over there, heading over here, heading down to here, but what's that? The TTS bot isn't there? Not to worry, here's the TTS bot. Thank you, GrantZeebs. Now the TTS bot goes away. And then I'm over here. I have changed my shirt thanks to Sir Dragon. I can do some flexing. I can offer a cookie. I can have love hearts when I see something very sexy. I can do the ultimate thinkies. I do a lot of things. Do Ultra Instinct. I'm in Materia, so rather than dealing with like a 200 plus millisecond ping, I am now actually capable of Ultra Instinct moves and what have you. So, yeah.
Thank you for the hyper himbo, Artemis Snap. By the by, Tiki Taki, you were confused earlier about like YY thinking YY was my girl. YY is not my girl. Artemis Snep is my girl. Oh, she didn't say hi in there. Artemis Snep is my girl. Right now, she too is going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG. I know this though. Okay, all good. I know thus. I know thus the information you convey, GrantZeebs. I understand the relationships that you have formed. I have simply mixed it all up. I have simply lapsed in my judgment on the interpretations of the communications across the interwebs. I hope you forgive me. Look at this. Don't I look fucking cool? Like, look at that. Look, it's like the balls are doing a little, like, rotation thingy-majiggy. Like, isn't that fucking... I need to... There we go. Look at that. Fucking awesome. The Snep is in the house? What? In the house? Hang on. In the house? Okay, forgive me, I legitimately thought you meant... Sorry, I thought for a second, like, Artemis Snep was like, oh yeah, no, I'm here. No, she's not there. She's not at my front door. Why was just so intent on saying too much and you were talking about your girlfriend and then I just assumed, my bad. All good. All good. Yeah. Usually more active in chat, I've just been doing alert these last few streams. Yeah. She's very active in chat. She observes, she chats, she steals my shirt sometimes, but right now she's only just hyper himboed me, so I don't think she has all the points to do the thingy-madiggy. Imagine not having ping, could not be me. Couldn't be at all. Sad. Gosh darn it, they said it would take less than 5 minutes to get a duty running. You're at yours cooking. Ah. Crafting up some meaty bolognese. Crafting up some very meaty, saucy bolognese. God, I wish I had bolognese. That would have been good. Yeah. So yeah, so right now on Tiki Taki, I'm going through the Pandemonium Raid series. So we just need to wait for, also, why in the... I'm behaving tonight. Ah, okay. Well, while I am waiting for, let's get on to reading. Was I up to here? Was I up to the first? This reminds me of an upscale WoW raid boss waiting for buffs and stacks. Have you played through, is World of Warcraft your, MMORPG of choice there, Tiki Taki Convent? Because, I'll be real with you, several years ago, I had a really dumb idea that I wouldn't be going through an MMORPG for a very long time. I thought I could get through an MMORPG's, full roster of things in, 6 months. I thought I could get through all of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. This was, in the span of 6 months. I thought in 6 months with with like an appropriate amount of time, like once a week, putting in 4 or 5 hours, go through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, and I would get to the end of Shadowbringers. It took me about 3 years to get to the end of Shadowbringers. It took me way too long. And now, year 5 of me streaming, and I am currently going through side content of the Endwalker expansion after I've just got done with all of the content from Dawn Trail, main storyline, and raid series. I am very much far behind. I am not a very fast streamer, I will be real with you. I am a jack of all trades and a master of none. I had the silly idea that I would somehow go through plenty of all that Final Fantasy XIV would offer me within the year, and then when I was done with the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, I would then just go into another MMORPG like World of Warcraft, or Guild Wars 2, or Warframe. This is not happening. I have now just turned into a Final Fantasy XIV streamer. This is the most consistent category I have in the 5 years I have been streaming, because for years and years I have just put in like 3 or maybe 4 hours a week into this game. The next best category you will see in my, like, you know, analytics and such like that is chatting, and then Kingdom Hearts 1.5 plus 2.5. Barely started again on the classic WoW BC. Ooh. What's with the Darth Vader voice? This is the voice while I am hyper himboed. I'm trying to be like all extra masculine and extra strong with all this muscle. With all this, like, look at that. Look at all this muscle. Look at all this. Have you got Fat M in the USMC? No, this is just one of the custom shirts I can wear. I have a shirt redeem where, like, this is the fun thing. There is a lot of things I have worked on, and like this model was made by Wolk. Wolk AD is like the model creator for this zebra. I very much appreciate the work that they've done. There's changes I would like to have done and then like an update and such, but this is something I'm gonna have to like put into documentation and commission for and such, because I'm not a really good 3D modeler or anything like that, and a lot of the things I want to have done, I just don't have the skill set for. But one of the things I was able to do was do some silly accessories and what have you. So for instance, hang on a second, wardrobe. So for instance, I have created a birthday hat, a Santa hat. I ripped out Sora's hair. I've got a bandana when I was going through Metal Gear Solid. I got some cool sunglasses. I made a sci-fi pilot helmet. I got a conductor's hat for when we get onto a raid. I've got a cowboy hat. And then I've got this Master Chief helmet. So yeah. Now, one of the interesting things, one of the cool things I did was I have learned to be able to change my shirt. So normally you see me like this. Tell me you can change horseshoes. Nah, I can't change horseshoes. I can change shirts. I have all kinds of shirts like you wouldn't believe for all the different games and silly memes that have gone on all throughout where time. This was where I was previously. Your tits are too big? There's no such thing as too big. Besides, I'm only hyper himbo forever. The pecs, actually, they're not actually, these aren't tits. These are pecs. I should be very clear about that. I should be aware of the difference. I'm not a titty boy. How How long is this
going to take? God damn it. But yeah, no, I got like all kinds of like different shirts and such like that. Looks like you're smuggling a pair of elephant nuts. That's actually kind of funny. I'll remember that. All right, actually, hang on. What I will do is general. Repair all inventories. 1 fragment of grade 5, 8 of 6, 7 of 7. You are a zebra. Yep. That is correct. I have like a full-on like ref sheet and such like that. Actually, hang on. Is it Fursona? No. Is it ref sheet? There we go. Hopefully this safe for work ref sheet is still... Is it still safe for work? Yes, it is. Cool. Awesome. And then I have a fur affinity filled with like all my other shit. All right, I'm gonna... Hang on. I am gonna head back to... Let's see, so we got... Yep, I'm gonna head back into Epro something or other, and I'm gonna sell some stuff. No. So the fur affinity is not safe for work. The Imgur is safe for work. Yeah. Alrighty. We got a mender over here, and we got a junkmonger over here. What is the junkmonger? Ah, okay, so this is where we can purchase tools and items. Alright. Grade 5, we're gonna sell all the grade 5. Sell the grade 6, sell the grade 7, and we're just gonna get a shit ton of grade 8. And then buy some gristle greens. We don't need any shrimp balls. Battlecraft, tradecraft, tools. And then we got a mender for all these things. You staying on this game, attuning to a fight? Yeah, like I'm in the duty finder right now. We're just waiting on a we're just waiting to form a party. It's just annoyingly enough, it is just taking a while. I don't know why. It took like no time at all when Velk was in the thingamadiggy with me and Orin, but for whatever reason, it's now taking like over 15 minutes. So, party finder. Yeah, like, there's so many, like, ugh. Alright, so we're not going through the 9th circle now. We're going through the 10th circle. Beginners are welcome. Okay, you can't run a duty finder. Alright, so withdraw, recruit, 10th circle. There we go. So now comes the fun bit of waiting for the party to fill out. Duty roulette of trials. Recollection extreme. Minstrel's ballad for Sveen. Storm's crown extreme. Mount ordeal. Crown of the immaculate. Savage. Windburst. Juno. So yeah, there's me, Anabesios, the 10th circle. First time bonus, looking to finish Anabesios' quest tonight on stream. Looking for groups always takes long without 2 or 3 people. When's the next art? Did you play any since yesterday? No, I haven't played any since yesterday. So, because I have a full-time job, I don't get the allowance to, like, you know, stream like every day or anything like that. So I kind of like I have to pick and choose my days. So if you're curious of the next time I'm streaming, you should check out my Blue Sky or my Twitter, because normally in those like social medias, I will post something like this. I will post a schedule of, you know, when the next time it is that I'm going to stream and what have you. So that format there is probably what it's going to be for like the foreseeable future. Is, you know, Wednesday nights is when I'm going to be doing Uncharted. Monday night I'm collaborating with Blue. Friday night I go through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Sunday mornings, meanwhile, I go through Diablo with Code and Velk. Look at those glutes. Yeah. Also, did I... Wait. When has... I just realized I have, like... Hang on.
Nani?
Oh my goodness. I need to fix up my, my announcement, Photoshop thing, because it's off-center. Might grind a tune and find you. All good. It's like Diablo 2, I think we're still in like the teens. We're just into I want to say Act 3 we just got into. And so, like, for now, it's just me, Velk, and Code. We've had to be very explicit about, you know, no backseating. Don't be like, you know, sort of saying, hey, have you thought about building this? Because while it's not the first time Velk or Code have played through Diablo 2, it is the first time for me having played through Diablo 2. So it's one of those games where I have Code and Velk helping me out with that, because then that way I get a, you know, a decent experience from them without, you know, getting spoilt or people like sort of removing the fun by like simplifying some of the things. I am currently I always play tank on stream. So like I love playing as a warrior for Final Fantasy XIV, and that has been reflected in my Diablo 2, where I'm playing as a paladin. I believe Velk is playing a rogue or a ranger or something like that, and then Code is playing a necromancer or something like that. Hi there, bestest boy. Welcome, welcome. My goodness. Ugh. Why does it take forever to go through? Dun, 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 dun. How goes the haunts? The haunts goes. Right now, I'm currently waiting for the party finder to find some people for us to go through. Where is it? Anna Bessios, the 10th Circle. Like, right now we're waiting on people to fill this in. Lugnays. Hi there, Blue. Blue, you should honestly play the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward, the tantalizing Stormblood, and the player favorite at Shadowbringers up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime. Did you know you can fight a Rathalos in Final Fantasy XIV? You can fight an Arkveld in Final Fantasy XIV as well. Because your Snap's good luck charm isn't playing, she's eating her killer bolognese. Ooh. Ah, that's why Blue wrote Lognaise, because he doesn't know how... Despite Daddy Blue having all the culinary experiences, he doesn't know how to spell bolognese. I miss Final Fantasy III. I have never played Final Fantasy III before. Could you believe me? I have not played through any Final Fantasies other than Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XVI, or sorry, Final Fantasy XIV and Final Fantasy 15. Those are the only two I have played. Alright, I'm just gonna do some real quick,
Blue Foxy Nicey Icy paid me to say the fitness gram pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds. Line up at the start. The running speed starts slowly but gets faster each minute after you hear this signal bo-dee boop. A sing lap should be completed every time you hear this sound. Ding, remember to run in a straight line and run as long as possible. The second time you fail to complete a lap before the sound, your test is over.
Thank you, Blue, for telling me how the Fitness Gram Pacer test works. Claymore of the Heavens. The same item is already stored in your glamour. Oh, is it? Where the... Oh, there it is. Claymore of the Heavens. All right, no. So that will be the Whatsamahuzid. So that's a heavyweight gear. Oh, here it is. The Coupeau Knit Hat. Oh, hang on. So, restore item. Outfit glamour. There we go. Hell yeah. Gauntlets offending. All right, we'll find you. We'll find you, don't you worry. All right, so we got those done. So yeah, the Coupeau trousers. I already have a pair of Coupeau trousers, so I will probably sell those. You weren't there for the Twitch ad of physiosexology? Damn. That would have been great if I was there, but fortunately I wasn't. Fortunately, I was over here playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Gordian augmented. Hang on, so Gordian Solaret's offending? Gordian breaches? Huh. Gordian gauntlet? Okay, hang on. Why do I have... So why do I not have the head? Hang on. So we got the Edens, we got the dun. Prototype Alexandria, Chaos, Void, Prototype Gordian, and then we got Gordian. I'm gonna need to fix that at some point. Fishing at level 60, Scholar at 45, Bard. Fishing at level 60. Asm's Ring, I still need that. In this Final Fantasy XIV, my coworker told me to save all your stuff to turn into something and don't waste them because it's the only way you can get some kind of upgrade that is hidden. Ooh. They might be talking about the, blah, 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 blah. They might be talking about, like, converting your items over into company seals, so you'd have, like, a grand company and what have you. So, yeah, it might be that. Fet tokens, keep those. Excuse me. they're talking about your favorite word. You can turn them into thingy. You can turn them into a thingamajig. Yeah, thingamajig for the whatsamahoozits. Can't do any. Oh, I can do it on the electrum ring of crafting and the light. Fuck it, I'll do it on those two. There we go. So we got those. This is honestly terrible that it's taking so long to... Like, why? Like, I've got 3 of these to go through, and if you don't save them up, it's almost impossible to grind them out, and you're gonna really want it. Yeah, no, like, it's not really hard, and what's more is, like, the company seals doesn't take that long. Like, you have a lot of different ways to get company seals. Like, hang on a second. Like, just gonna use this real quick. You know what? I'm gonna hand in the Gordian stuff. Give me a second. Give me a second. So, let me just quickly go over to this fellow over here. So, like, you can do, like, supply missions and such like that. And hang on a second. So, let's see. So we got Gordian, gauntlets, breeches, sorets. All right, so we got these 3. So, yeah, you can just turn them in for like a couple thousand. And then, so we got Alexandrian neckband. So yeah, there's a lot you can hand in. Actually, I can probably... Yep, the artisans, whatsamahoosies I can get rid of as well. Can't get rid of you just yet because you're 47s, which you will be useful. Yeah, all of you will be useful. So yeah, like if you can do savage, don't think it's seals, but I don't want to go look it up. All good. When you have the time, you can check then, and then, you know, maybe check back in with me. It's all good if you don't have all the information right now. You can glean for further information and then come back once you've collected everything you need. I don't need any of this. Alright, so that's for different dark matters. Ooh, bean cake. Got that. Mini, got that. Ballroom etiquettes. This is for easy transportation. Allowing easier, yep. 1, 2, 3. Enlistment. These ones are for when you don't want to go through the grind and just, you know. Later on, you'll get locked to an area is why. Gonna be real with you? No idea what you're talking about. Like, I'm pretty far into Final Fantasy XIV. Pickup tomorrow has been pushed back to 7, not 5 a.m. wake up. Yes! You get to sleep in, Artemis! Excuse me. And then we have different armors. More materials. This gets it to level 15 above, level 15 above. So yeah, these two are not useful for me. Cordials are alright. Oh, this is where I go for glamour. Oh my goodness, it would be so much easier just, yeah. This makes my life so much easier. God damn. Then we have sanctions. Temporarily enhance the properties of company-issued armor. Ceiling fans. Oh yeah, so yeah, I've already got all those. And then this gives you, yep, that gives you all those. And then we can get venture tokens here. There we go. All right. We got all kinds of glamour. Also means I can play longer tonight. Yes! Let's see. Where are you? Lol, Iraq is AFK right now. God, this is worse than Monday nights. At least, like, I do not remember Party Finder being this slow. Do you remember Party Finder being this slow, Oren? Drowning Wrench Proprietor. Alright. Goodness gracious. I believe it's nodes or something and you mix with some other things. Oh, maybe it's this, the Dawnborn Aether Sand? I gotta be collecting that. I don't normally part a fighter in AU, so not sure. Maybe at this point we go back to Crystal? Because, like, sure, it's like early in the morning in US and such like that, but I imagine there's probably like way more people over in maybe. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to Crystal Goblin, actually. Cause give me a second. Log out. Hang on a sec. So I need to Party Finder, recruitment criteria, and ding, log out. Let's see what it's like trying to like do a Party Finder in NA, because it should not take this long. I do not remember it being like a forever and a half. This sucked. Like, it's 8 o'clock and we've gone through one raid. I still have 3 more to go. We've been at this for like 2 hours. 2 hours, 1 raid. Snep is fed and water, jumping back in. Nice. I'm just transferring back into Goblin on the Crystal Data Center to see if the Party Finder works better in there than it does over in Materia at this point. Because the thing is that, like, the reason I go into Materia is because it's like it's an Oceania server. I get less ping, and it's where Velk is. So if Velk is able to help out and such like that, we're able to do that there. All right. Let's have a look. Yeah, look at this. It's like there's random people doing like Thorn March, World Eater. Like, let's see how this goes. Duty, raid. Duty completion of 10th circle of What's-a-Mahuzi. First time trying to finish it on stream. Beginners welcome. Recruit. There we go. Meanwhile, someone is doing something in living memory, so... I think that's Ilzabad, is it? No. The northern empty is... Where in the world is living memory? Oh, it's in Zoctorel, isn't it? No, not Zoctorel, the Unlost World. Here we go. 2 hours and still buffering. It involves the side quest Fairy Tale. Alright, I'll do some Googling about that then. Alrighty, which one is getting the most progress? And there's our boy Orin. Probably not gonna get up to completion with like 6 minutes remaining, but we'll see. The good news is I don't have to level sync for this fate. Go. Now I'm doing the thing correctly. Ah, we're already over halfway there after like a minute. Was just fiddling with a thing IRL. Just fiddling. Just fiddling and drawing and alchemy and all that. Nice. Oh, and now we have a new one to deal with. What in the world? Why is my... Oh wait, what am I thinking? Gristlegreen. I may have a WoW paladin and it looks like it's just abilities, concentration, hammer, justice, holy wrath. Nice. Deimos. Nice. Oh, we're almost done with this guy. Is that muck or slime? It is a canal deep drinker. So it is a legally distinct muck, is the way I would probably describe this creature. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, well, this looks rather pretty. 4 minutes remaining, 13 minutes in it. Alright, so feed me sentries. We're gonna go to this guy over here. Oh yeah, look at this place. Does Final Fantasy XIV still make it impossible to miss from behind or increase crits? You know, I don't do a lot of DPSing rolls to know if there is like a benefit in, you know, hitting enemies from behind. It's just through like regular, like all the time I do like tanking positionals and such. I'm just like, right, yep, you make it so that the rear is presented and all that kind of nonsense. Alright. There we are. Ding. Oh shit, this thing is giving me a fucking... go. Most tanks in WoW get so much pull, they allow the DPS to take, hang on, now I'm gonna listen. Forgot you said you tank. Yeah, no, it's all good. So... they get so much pull, they allow to take DPS gear, or at least roll for it against DPS teammates. It's bullshit. This one, you have like need and greed rolls in dungeons and what have you. I am not entirely certain if World of Warcraft has need and greed rolls in their dungeon crawling. Nice, I did that at the right time. Almost. There we go. Allowed to take DPS gear as a tank from us. We have that too. They need, like, bro. Okay. Yeah, no. So in Final Fantasy XIV, you cannot need for roles that are not in your class. So while I'm playing as a tank, if there is a tank, if there's a piece of gear and it is role limited, like in dungeons, all gear is role limited. So it'll be like, yes, you know, what's a Mahuzi? So for instance, you'll have something that says like, you know, heavyweight jacket of fending. And it obviously says that it's item restricted to, you know, gladiator, marauder, paladin, warrior, dark knight, gunbreaker. So with those classes, if I'm running in the dungeon as like one of the tanks and what have you, I can hit the need roll on it or greed, or I can just pass on it. If you are a DPS, however, you cannot roll need. You can roll greed and pass on it, but that's it. So the same thing is applied to me when I see like healer's gear or DPS gear, is that I don't get the need roll available to me. The only time everyone gets a need or greed or pass roll, all three of them available, is when it's a piece of gear that's, you know, applicable to anyone. So most classes and wear a dagger though. Okay. Let's see. Ooh, someone doing horsing around. Nyom. Rank 2 of living memory, so we just need to do 20 of these. Okay. Ooh. This is cool. I've never seen this horse before. Hi there, Porking King. Welcome. Mage, warlock, shaman, rogue, hunter, priest, paladin, all can use daggers. Okay, so interesting. So yeah, because for us, like the jobstone dictates like what weapon is available to you. There is no like common. There was in Heaven's Ward, like you can wear all the accessories could be worn by any of the classes, but they kind of got rid of that bullshit, like, you know, straight after Heaven's Ward, because, you know, the stats were different for each class, so there wasn't a benefit in having, you know, a ring where anyone can wear them. Late to say, but I was not crafting nor drawing, was setting up a little digital pin you got for a con tomorrow. Nice. Dunk. There we go. Dun-dun-dun-dun. All right. Next one is most likely this fella over here, the Grand Marshal. Draw their weapons, put a stop to this menacing march to be trampled. Show us. I love how the Lalafel's chocobo is so tiny compared to mine. Like, look at the size difference. Ridiculous. There we go. Aha, splendid. March on, my friend. March on. Alright, so this is phase 2, I'm guessing. Twitch.tv/GrantZeebs. There we go. Wait, why can't I send the thingamadiggy to the, sorry, I was trying to answer something to someone's, like, direct message. Use Alt-R to reply to a... There we go. There we are, alright. So, I was... Okay, hang on, so... There we go. Dink. so hang on. So the fight with dedicated rogue gear amongst healers and tanks that get priority. Then you got ninjas like hunters and druids after tanks and healers. So it's inferior. Alrighty. And then dunk. There we go. Thank you, one and all, for joining our parade. Hi there, vibes-based gaming. I'm guessing you're the what's-a-mahoozy over in Diablos. Hang on a second. Let me see if the adventure. This fella over here, the level 100 monk, Arua Major, from the Pokemon Center. Mountain Dew, Baja Blasted. Brain is low on battery. Sorry in advance. All good. This is a himbo stream. Alright, what is the next thing? Right now, as you can see, I got the party finder going off right now. Lamal, yes, that would be me. Yep. Let's see. So we got Utmost Century, and we got Invaders from the Abyss. Alright. I am probably gonna go... Actually, it's quicker for me to just do this, and then donk. Ah, there you are. I thought you were in the party finder already. Gun? So yeah, welcome to the stream. Ding, donk, bam. Alright. Jump up, and we head on over here. And then donk. Just grabbing everyone's enmity because all these guys are super angry. Fuck it, I'm just gonna... Currently collecting triple triad cards because I've been doing this all night. Go, TT. Hey, Bosom Buzzy is almost finished. Darn, I barely paid attention to that. Alright. Dink. Grab you. Grab yous. Grab you. Grab you. Go. Here we are. Oh, thank you for pixelating me. I have some anonymity for huntards. I imagine so. I imagine, like, it seems like with World of Warcraft, it's very combat heavy and like creating your own little flavor. There isn't like a lot of definitive roles if people are able to get like whatever gear that they want from dungeons, and there is no sense of like restriction there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, 2 more. We just need 2 more. Here we go. Bonk. And then... There we go. Dun, dun, dun. And then... Let's do scattered memories. It looks like someone's activated that one as well. Doing fate and living memory. Yep. Wish I could spell correctly. You can make a talent build that's not a cookie cutter on line 925 and choose to exploit but risk. Yeah. Whereas in Final Fantasy, like the emphasis is less on like the combat MMO and more on the RPG aspect. Alrighty. Dun, dun. Excuse me. Oof. Alright, that's 1. That's 2, 3, and 4. Let me get a 5th. Objective what? I've like, how many did he submit? Jesus. Here's 5. Still need yellow Atmos thingos. Where do you need to fate for those? Rip. Yeah, I guess What's-Mahoozy fella was not enjoying that we were taking so long to enter into the duties. Hopefully I get gold contribution. Nope, I only got silver. God fucking damn it. Annoying. Alright. Analysis that this was wrought on by our own. Analyzing rogue unit. Rogue unit detected, please eliminate it on site. Nice. Where are you going? Just tagging them. You make a paladin, all spell power and damage upon taking hurts and damage dealing enemies, but the retribution is a spell, so stack spell power. Ooh, interesting. Oh, look at this effective sentry. This was the thingamajiggy they were talking about. Buster. This is a strong fella. Doesn't do shit for physical damage, but a small heal will do it like half or more health, Lamau, with a little mana. Cool, okay. It sounds like World of Warcraft allows you to create, like, even if you go into like an explicit role, like, ah yes, I'm gonna be playing a like a paladin or something like that in World of Warcraft. You can like really like customize the paladin to be like, as you said, like either really terrible with doing physical damage, but then it's like, you know, absolutely insane with like heals or magical damage. There we go. Man, not a lot of bicolored gemstone comes in when we do this. 1,110 out of 1,500. Oh boy. One, two, three, four, five. Just gonna head back to the Laystone and see if there's anything in the gemstone trader that might be worthwhile. I might go on a bathroom break real quick because I kinda really want to pee. Hello, gemstone trader. Okay, so we already got that. We got Gargantuan Hot. Really? That's all you have to offer? Jesus. You do not have much, do you? Goodness gracious. Where is my button for the There's my button for the bathroom break. I'm just going on a quick bathroom break, okay? Gotta go piss. Alright, I'm back. Who stole my shirt? Artemis, did you steal my shirt? How dare. Although barely anyone saw you initially take the shirt, it seems, because Tiki Taki pixelated me for my safety. Thank you so much, Tiki Taki, for protecting my decency for as long as you could. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Elducks. Weback. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so I've got master recipe 4. Master recipe 4. 4. 4. And 4. Okay, so I do have all them. I think I need to be in Kugane for something. Lol. Unfortunately, Tiki Taki, while I do not have a shirt, changing the shirt doesn't force me to wear a shirt. Maybe one of the things I'll do in the, once StreamerBot does something about power-ups and such like that, maybe I'll do something about the, Alright, let's have a look at crafters. So we got Trade King weapons, which I can't get. And then there's gear. Dun, 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 dun. Gathering supplies, let's have a look. So we've got 3s. We've got the 4s. So it looks like we can go for 5s. Alright. Pandemonium. Alrighty then. Literally was thinking if I steal your shirt, maybe I can reverse it. Nah, I didn't have anything clever like that. Alrighty then, so do a quick ready check on everyone. Alrighty. Ding. Raid. 10th circle. Here we go. Damn! I totally forgot it was a giant. Fuck, he's huge.
Pandemonium.
Ah.
From countless failures have I wrought miracles. Into soulless vessels I breathe life.
Alrighty, let's see how we do. Let's see how we do.
You will go no further. Like a spider, I spin my web.
Oh my god, there's a Lalafell playing as a Dark Mage. Or Dark Knight.
Offers no escape.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, he's casting Ultima already? What?
I mustn't disappoint Lady Athena. Stay where you are.
I did it just in time. I was barely... Oh, shit. Sorry.
Like unto chains.
I thought I only had to stand on that thing like once.
A tangled morsel, awaiting death.
Do not fall off. Do not fall off. Oh!
Back to me.
Ticky-tacky combat made me to say get out the array.
Interesting. I didn't realize that was a...
I offer a glimpse of Lady Athena's power.
Oh, I got one.
Stay where you are. A tangled morsel, awaiting death. All paths lead back to me. These bars are unbreakable.
Oh no, the carbuncle is just sitting there. Oh no.
I am Pandemonium, and these cells are mine! Stay where you are. Bear yourselves to me. Your punishment shall be unending. For Athena. For Mother.
Okay, that was fortunate.
Special cells.
Almost there, and
Soul.
yes. There we go. Do you have to keep aggro? Not me. I was the off tank, cause the way the Final Fantasy XIV works is, like while you are doing damage, you generate enmity and what have you. Hell yeah. So while you are dealing damage to like an enemy, you gain enmity, which is like, and that causes like, you know, the turn order of like, ah, yes, it's focusing on this or that. As a tank, you have an ability where, like for me, it's called Defiance as the warrior, where basically I generate more enmity with my actions and presence than any of the others. So long as I have my tank, and it's called a tank stance. So long as I have that, but only because you were standing in the ring. Nope. Only while I have the tank stance on, any damage I deal would, you know, it would be more. But I wasn't the main tank in this scenario. There was someone else that was the main tank. That was a beautiful display. Your rage is enmity. Enmity. E with an E. That was a beautiful display, as always. I stand enchanted by your grace in battle. Nah, I was off tank. Grant, is that... Pandemonium's final gate has been cast wide. I shall await your arrival beyond. Because you were just up front taking it. Yeah. Like, you can stand wherever when you're getting hit and what have you. Like, there will be obvious, like, little markers for some stuff, So there'll be one. So like, I try and contribute to those. You thick. Apologies for not coming sooner. This space is enveloped by some fell energy, and we couldn't risk venturing through it before taking due precautions. Were my eyes mistaken? Was that Themis? Tell us what you know. We must consider our next course of action carefully. Dun 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 dun. I ought to have anticipated this. If she bore witness to past events within Pandemonium, Athena would have found Elidibus impossible to overlook. Few possess such a talent for magics, to say naught of the emissary's discerning judgment. And so she found his soul upon the tides of the ethereal sea, and uses his memories to craft a puppet that would serve her whims.
But what is this Themis said true? She's imbued Pandemonium itself with a soul? To breathe life into that which should never live. Athena's research is fast approaching its accumulation. Fortunately, with the information shared with us by your friends, we've made some strides towards figuring out how to stop her. A crystal called the Heart of Sabik may be the key.
Oh yeah, that's the Black Aura site. The researchers related a quick but thorough history of events leading to the present, the sundering of the star, the emergence of the Asians, and the calamities they brought to bear upon the realm. Tales that under other circumstances we would have considered childish fantasy, if not for a name that rang true to La Habrea's memories. I was also a type of fear that gives mitigation, so that helped. I didn't know Larpa was engaged, forgive me. So you could be a druid doing hots and WoW, like healing over time, like so much heal per second for 8 to 30 second durability, but could also be mid-level damaging if not. Similar. Okay. The Heart of Sabik, to you, the secret of the Ultima weapon's might, not least the spell known as Ultima, and a source of enduring mystery. We are told that a general from the Garlean Empire was gifted this aura sight by an Asian, that the Ultima weapon might be perfected. The identity of this shadowy benefactor, however, remains a curious unknown. Yeah, I don't think anyone was ready to tell you that the mysterious, to La Habrea, that the mysterious figure Asian that gave us the Black Aura Sight was La Habrea. Dun, 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 dun. You seem to be a veritable trove of uncommon knowledge. If there is aught you are withholding... Sage that uses shields and overheals with literal damage reduction works differently from Druid. I am not familiar with World of Warcraft classes and how they play out their ticky-tacky, so whoever in chat has played both Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft might be able to provide you with like a little more insight into how the different classes play. Because again, this is the only MMO that I've played on stream, and to my understanding, the emphasis is on the RPG aspect of this game, not the MMO or the fighting. Very well. At present, the Heart of Sabik itself is of greater moment. It is a creation of Athena's, made during her time with the words of La Habrea. Ooh. This predates even Pandemonium's construction. She brought before us a crystal she claimed to have chanced upon, saying it contained immense power. She dubbed it Auracite, studying it with a fervor unusual even for her. The eventual fruit of her efforts was a Stygian crystal unlike aught we have ever seen. The heart of Sabek. Did Athena encounter Ultima, the High Seraph, perchance? I have no idea what that Ultima is. I don't remember fighting that. An unexpectedly specific question. I gather that the Heart of Sabek is not the only Auracite in this era. Regardless, I know not of this High Seraph. Athena was never forthcoming as to how she found the crystal, though we came to suspect that it was not of our star. Much later, we discovered the Auracite magnifies the desires of those who come into contact with it. This would do much to explain Athena's actions following her recovery of the crystal. Alas, this realization came too late. By the time I moved to seal the Auracite and its insidious influence away, Athena's plot had already been laid. So, what became of the Heart of Sabek? I took it from Athena's laboratory after I ended her life. The density of the aether within was unlike anything I had observed. I knew its capacity for destruction, but further analysis proved impossible. I etched to safeguard it myself. It is possible that Athena herself obscured the crystal's contents. Even were her memory stored within, I would have remained in ignorance. If she included some mechanism by which to give these memories forms, as she did with our own, she would be reborn. In a realm reborn. Cue the title sequence. Ironic that I should have protected those very memories in the name of safeguarding the star. Fate is loath to see mistakes go unpunished. I'll just grab the first thing. Dun, 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 dun. Quest complete. Next quest. The Emissary's Judgment. I have told you all that I know of Athena and the many secrets she has hidden from the world. If she is indeed stored her memories within the heart of Sabek, we must ask ourselves how they were awakened in this age. When was the crystal last sighted? Ah! Why would you bold me, Masonic? During my fight with the ultimate weapon. In which you triumphant, but failed to recover the heart. Yet according to your colleagues, there was another on the battlefield that day, an Asian. And this self-same Asian was later struck down at a location known as the Aetherochemical Research Facility. I've heard that name, and recently, and the site of Professor Claudian's disappearance. Indeed. He was tracing an ethereal signature resembling that of the memory crystal in his possession. A signature that may well have belonged to the heart of Sabek, in which case it is no coincidence that Athena's awakening followed. But what reason would he have to bring her back to life? Was his mind not his own? Yet more questions without answers. Although Athena's essence is that of memory, her magics have not suffered for a lack of a physical body. As the world is now, it should not be possible, but she must have found a suitable vessel. If Elidibus is to be believed, she readied this vessel for godhood and is perilously close to success. It beggars belief. As you well know, you were the linchpin of her ambitions. Yours was the only form that could contain the immense power Athena required, and it is long since turned to dust. Who do you think is going to win the soccer match tomorrow? What soccer match? Who's playing? Yeah, exactly, Ticky Tacky. Who's playing? US versus Australia? Ooh. I don't really. It's the World Cup. Yeah, but I don't pay attention to the World Cup. Do I look like the kind of streamer that is keeping an eye on the FIFA World Cup and is keeping an eye on like who's playing what? I just catch on to the memes that happen. Like, you know, for example, how Boston got all of their beers drunk by the Scottish. How the Australians come up with a new chant going, we're on a bender, we're on a bender, the president's a pedo, we're on a bender. Or something along those lines. Either Messi made our team not shit, or they're gonna lose like normal. They'll be playing in about 10 hours. I will be fast asleep most likely then. Yours was the only form that could... Yeah, I already read that. As pleasant as this discussion is, we require more information if we're to unravel this mystery. You know who awaits you, Grant. Themis. I fear you won't find him so cooperative as we're accustomed to. We know not how vast the space between these gates may be, but somewhere within lurks Athena, with Elidibus leashed at her side. This may be a simplistic theory, but hear me out. If Themis arose from his memories intact, he will be eager to see reason. We need only break the magics that bind him to regain our old ally. When I had fallen under Hephaestus' influence, you didn't stop trying until I was freed. I would ask that you do the same for Themis. Though none of us are real in the conventional sense, I feel it must be done. Themis would never have wished to be your enemy. While Richithonios' perspective is a sentimental one, Elidibus may possess privileged knowledge. To question him unimpeded by magics would be ideal. Agdistis broke free of her bonds in her final moments, suggesting that Athena's hold weakens under the weight of combat. You might use the same principle to unshackle Elidibus's mind. But remember that our very nature is fragile. Even if he inhabits a vessel with which to meet you in battle, I am certain it is not meant to endure. If left awakened for too long, his aether may dissipate back into the ethereal sea. You had best act quick. Woo! Accepted the next quest. Oh, what's been happening in the chat? I miss Letter of the Law sometimes. It was just do all the normal mode. You have 20 seconds, go. Pretty chill savage sandwich between 10 and 12, which were decidedly not. I've been told the bleed debuffs were dreadfully horrid back then. That was mostly Abyssos. Even every raid wide had a bleed, and half the tank busters did too. Tanks couldn't even involve the busters in P8 since the bleed would get them anyway. Really need to do the savage of P8s and 12s for the mounts, to be honest. I just ran 12 for some friends. You really only have to do one mechanic of any damage. That's on my to-do list after Merchant's Tale. Ready, check. Ding dong, join. Here we go. It's soccer? It can be whatever the fuck. It could be football. It could be football. It can be tippy tappy on the on the ball. It could be just kickball for all I care. If US comes with that speed and from isolation like they did, they will beat Australia no problem. I have no idea how well US has been playing.
I suppose I have Athena to thank for this incarnation.
Oh, I have been VAing this person completely wrong.
I might stand against you, I admit. In transformation, I present to you my truth. I am Illidibus.
Ooh. Dun 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 dun. Imperial justice. Alrighty then. You want the pointy stick? Noted.
My heart quivers in anticipation. Will light embrace or darkness consume?
Okay, easy enough, easy enough. I get it, I get it. Okay, so this one I want to be far away from as well. There we go. Oh shit, bleeding? Are you shitting me?
Submit to the emissary's judgment! This must needs be maintained.
Hopefully I'm on the right one. Oh shit, hang on. I'm on the wrong vulnerability.
Will you
Ah, shit!
to exist?
I was so wrong. I was so wrong. Ah! Oh shit! No, 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 no! Fuck. Oh, shit, 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 shit. Alright. Alright, so if I'm dark, I must be in the light.
Will light embrace or darkness consume? Will you be judged worthy to exist?
Okay, so I did that correctly this time around.
Now to take your measure. Power from beyond!
Oh. There we go, there we go.
I am the emissary, and I shall never die. Now, take your measure. These magics are not for you to read. Will you be judged worthy to exist?
Alright, they're at 20%. We're getting there, we're getting there.
Will light embrace or darkness consume? For victory!
Uh-oh.
Warriors forged in my own image.
Oh shit. What the? Oh fuck. Alright, so we want to be here. And then we go in here. Nice. I got that correct.
These magics are not for you to read.
Woo! Yeah! Yay! I'm getting all the parts! Gave you a detailed answer there, TV, and not even a reply. What? Squeege is right now lurking. He'll read the replies if they want. It's no one here owes you a response. Just remember this. They're here for the vibes. The fog has lifted. I knew that Athena's magics magnified the desires of their victim at the expense of aught else, but I never guessed what desire of mine she could exploit. He asked 2 times and he wasn't ready. Ah, okay. Wait, was he? Okay. Since the moment we met, I have made plain my interest in you, my desire to understand your nature. I suppose that curiosity extended to how each of us would fare in a match of strength. What is this? The magics that was holding Elidibus are gone. Free. Then I am no longer needed. Oh shit, no, he's returning to the ethereal sea. Fuck, we don't get to ask the questions we wanted. Speak to us, Themis. Do not look so crestfallen, my friend. These few moments of clarity are more than I could have asked for. You must render judgment of Athena's actions. Ooh! Ooh. I wonder what we're doing there. Had to dip because the heat's getting a bit much for my games. All good, Davey boy. Understandable. I'm so sorry the weather has to be like that to you. Thank you for sticking around for as long as you could. I really appreciate it. This warmth. Your aether. You've grasped the fraying strands of my being and tied them together with your own. Nevertheless, I fear that I am here on borrowed time. I only hope that I can see you through the last of our battles. Until then, I will cherish every moment. Fingies. I am Elidibus, the emissary. As such, it falls upon me to judge Athena, who would disrupt our carefully maintained balance to fulfill her own desires. I swear, I shall not waver in this duty. Let us return to Erycthenios and La Habrea. There is much I would share with you before we embark upon our final ascent. Use a vacuum. Do not use a vacuum while the PC is turned on. Themis, it's good to see you. I knew Grant would guide you to our side once again. I am grateful he had the patience to tolerate my lapse in manners. Athena's hold upon me is broken, and I pledge every moment of my remaining time to seeing that she answers for her deeds. Very well. To that end, I would have you share what you know of her plan. Of course. As I mentioned, Athena possesses a vessel that may serve in the creation of a god. It is someone Grant knows well, a man by the name of Claudian. By a twist of fate, his body proved to be ideal for Athena's purpose. Well, that's kind of surprising. I wonder how that ended up happening. The creation of a person requires not just body, soul, or memory, but rather all three. We are made from the memories of our ancient counterparts, etched upon drifting souls and given form through the infusion of aether. We lack a physical body, yet you can see and feel us all the same. Athena is different. She has carved her memories into Claudian's soul while it was still within its body, and thus made both her own. But even she is prone to error. After the sundering, beings became more fragile in both body and soul, and this difference prevents Athena from realizing the full extent of her desires. So that's why she's turned her sights towards Grant. His uncommon strength rivals even the mightiest of our age. By scrutinizing his feats in battle, Athena aims to deduce the secrets of Grant's prowess and use it to fortify her own vessel. Only then will the accumulation of her research be at hand. Can't we simply remove Athena's memories from Claudian's body? an arduous task, but not impossible. Athena can inscribe herself upon another's soul, but she cannot erase its will. If we awaken Claude in spirit to the reality of this bondage, he might be compelled to wrestle his body from Athena's clutches. We still don't know why she chose Claudin. What makes him more suitable than anyone else? Although I have never spoken to Claudin, I did witness an incident that may prove revelatory. When instructing the vessel to do her bidding, she called it by a familiar name, Erichthonios. Ooh. What? Why would she? It's as I thought. Themis, you may have just handed us the key to rescuing Claudian. What must we do? First and foremost, we must confront Athena. She must be made vulnerable, as Elidibus was. Yet our opponent stands on the verge of godhood. As we are now, she would unmake us in an instant. Grant, we have no choice but to place the burden of our fate, and the fate of many more besides, squarely upon your shoulders. I trust you have no objections. Objections? No. Concerns? Yes. Though we know not what form Athena will take, I have faith that your skills will see us through this trial, as it has many times before. Oh, I assumed also to completely unplug and let your PC discharge. No, I know these sorts of things. I do appreciate, like, you doing, like, the little spiel of, like, hey, maybe best to do these kinds of things when cleaning your fan and such. It is a lot of information, and you were just sort of rapid firing it and such, and I felt like I had to quickly interject in the middle of, like, don't do it while the PC is on, or don't use a vacuum on the PC, like, through fans and what have you, because some older fans in particular, if they do, like, spin, there is a possibility that they will form a charge, and if they do that, you could potentially damage some parts. And we have all appreciate Grant's willingness to fling himself at the unknown. However, we have yet to hear how this will liberate Claudian. I have a plan. Do not trouble yourself over the details. The same goes for you, Grant. You must focus the entirety of your attention on Athena. She will not be easily bested, even by one of your prowess. You were saying the grating and the vents for the bristle. Yeah, that's fine. Like, just be sure, like, if you are going to use a vacuum or, like, a can of air or anything like that, try to hold the, whatsamahoozies, the fan blades, so then that way they don't feel prompted to spin. Then let us trust in La Habrea and prepare for the battle to come. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Before we face Athena, I must know. If she had never disclosed the Orosite, had never fallen under its influence, would she have lived a normal life? Would she have been a mother to me? I have asked myself the same questions. Questions with no answers, I fear. To simply agitate the dust from the casing. Yeah, okay. But let us put them out of our mind. There is something we must discuss, and I would do so not as La Habrea, but as a father to his son. Alrighty, I'm just gonna do a quick. Well, I admit if anyone else reads that and wasn't adept enough to know better, I would feel terrible if they did that. All good, all good. One of the things I would say, Ticky Tacky, is like collect yourself a little bit and try to like. I don't like the way you message. It feels like a rapid fire, no filter from your brain. Like it's just like. Ba-bam, 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 ba-bam. And then when there's a correction that goes off in your brain of, oh wait, I probably should have said this instead, it doesn't like do a pause. It like instead is like ba-bam, ba-bam, addendum, ba-bam, addendum, addendum, ba-bam. Alright, ready, check. Alrighty. To the 12th circle. Hell yeah, insta-Q! Yeah! It's not only on... That's right, it's not only on writing. Ah, okay, I figured. I figured the way, like, your cadence was, like, very much a, you know, ba-bam, 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 addendum, post-note, ba-bam, 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 addendum, addendum,
You have
post-note.
done well to reach the seat of godhood. Now, bear your souls to me.
No thank you. I refuse, thanks to the power of my hard candy. Ooh.
Show me your all, that I might become divinity manifest.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
This way? Ah, damn it, I did too late. Okay.
From nothing, I mold life.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh shit, when did I lose all that health? Fuck.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze. These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
What am I doing? Okay, cool. Ah! Fucking flashbanged again.
Shine brilliant for me!
Oh! Fuck! Damn it. Thank you, Demios.
To silent battle, I give voice.
God fucking damn.
You cannot escape my eternal gaze.
We have like barely any room.
This is but a glimpse of a god's strength.
What the fuck? What the fuck do we do?
Behold such power as you will never wield.
There we go. Oh, shit. I don't know if I went the right side. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
The world shall tremble! Such a singularly resolute soul. These chains are forged from the fabric of creation.
Where's the Taurus?
Shine brilliant for me! You cannot escape my eternal gaze. Today, my theory shall be proven as fact. These chains are forged from the fabric.
Almost there. Almost there. Yes! Did it! Woo! Pretty wings? Yeah. There's a lot of cool... That is honestly... Ah, fuck. Real fucking bright. Jesus Christ. Da 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 Sanseya. Yeah. Dun, dun. Oh. Dun, dun, dun. Oh! Hang on. What? Wind up Athena. Okay, I was like, I thought it said wings for a second, but it just says wind up. All good. All good. Thank you for the head pats, Ticky Tacky. Oh, hang on. Let me move my mouse out of the way. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Countless years I awaited within that stifling crystal. Cookie for Tiki Taki! Here's your cookie, Tiki Taki. And now, when my dream is finally within reach, you stand in my way. Your dream was naught but selfish ambition. Its fulfillment would benefit only you. And why, Athena? At the end of this road to godhood, what did you hope to find? It matters not. The fact remains that she worked against the interests of the star. Even so, I would hear her answer. I would know why my mother has cast us aside. Oh, her mask fell. How unlike you, Erechthonius. You were never so inquisitive before. Having struck upon a hypothesis, there is but one thing the wise woman desires. Ugh. What the shit is that? What the... What? Why is she staring so intently? What in the shit? Look upon her. Stare into the soul. White woman jump scare. Yeah. White woman jump scare. Right fucking there. White woman. Just like, wow. Goodness gracious. Irrefutable proof.
Did you see it?
Did you see it? White woman jump scare. My theory was that any true god would see us as we are, imperfect. She would hammer out our flaws and build something greater. To prove this could not but benefit the star, I would give it the perfect stewards, that it might shine brighter than any other. And you would destroy the lives already upon it? In that, I am no different from our peers. Over the course of eons, how many creations have we wrought? Such creatures cannot but usher their inferior predecessors into oblivion. Even without our meddling, nature would take the self-same course. If the destination is the same, is it somehow worse to arrive there by the guidance of a god? I think not. The Orosite might made such thoughts irresistible, perhaps, but it could not have created them from whole cloth. This is Athena's truth. What right have you to pass judgment? You were but a vessel for my masterwork. Your purpose ends there. My only mistake was leaving you possessed of a soul. What are you saying? She is so fucking done with her family. Poor Erechthonius, always the last to arrive at the obvious conclusion. I gave birth to you for a single reason. That you might serve as my tool, and like any tool, I crafted you to suit my needs, that you might accept my essence when the time came. Well, that's fucking morbid. That's not what you have children for, Athena. That's fucked up. Of course, I also made you more amenable to my demands, and ensured that you would feel a glowing affection for your dear mother. However, it seems that my tinkering was insufficient. My very feelings were of your design. What are you doing? What are you doing, Karen? I know your name is Athena, but what the fuck are you planning to do? You created a boy unable to grasp even the simplest magic, ever hopelessly clinging to his mother's robes, unable to do otherwise. I was doomed from the start. Yet here you are, standing in defiance of her design. You are more than what she made you. I still feel the sting of it, but with pain comes clarity. You ill deserve to wear the mantle of a god. As stubborn as you are witless. If this star will not be mine, then it serves no purpose. Oh, Jesus Christ. Where the fuck were you storing that kind of power? She aims to obliterate the ethereal sea and stem the flow of life. She will do no such thing. What are you doing, Eric? Before the battle, La Habrea told me I was the key to finishing this. Although I am but an illusion, my soul has crossed eons to find its home in another, one whose body Athena has seen fit to purloin as her own. Much of what I once was now resides in him. Should my memory seize this chance to follow suit, they may resound enough to wake his mind. But Athena's inhabit him still. What will become of you? I don't know. But if I can rouse his soul, perhaps it will disrupt Athena's hold. It's the best chance we have. My whole life, others have looked down upon me, but I've never given up searching for my purpose. Now, I've found it. This decision is yours to make and yours alone. Do as you will, my son. I know you will make me proud. Ericthonius, do not dare. Ooh. No, stop this. Your words hold sway over me no longer. My life is my own, and I have found my true family. Oh, he's gonna combine his soul with, what's-a-mahoozies, Calithian. My power wanes. The vessel rejects me? Alright. Crazy tyrant. Less of a DBZ fusion and more of a Clue and Flynn sort of separation. What is happening? Athena's magic should be impotent with no body to fuel them. Precisely. Athena was the sole force holding the space around Pandemonium together, and now it crumbles. Although little would change if we were buried here, we cannot let this be Grant's final resting place. Oh yeah, no, she was possessing people. She was doing that. She was controlling souls and what have you. And the ethereal sea is like the afterlife. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV, Tiki Taki. Of all my miscalculations, to think you would be my undoing, that you would even be capable of defying me. Is there more you would say to me? Or have you decided to return to your dear mother's bosom? Have you brought Claudian back to me? Apologies, but I am only the dregs of your own memory. I can do naught but watch as the evil you've wrought collapses, burying you under its weight. How disappointing. Truly useless to the last. And who made me that way? Alright, that's Pandemonium disappearing. Meet you on Rainbow Road. There is no Rainbow Road, it's gone. We killed Athena, we killed the gods, and we are left. Then you get a short holiday expansion with a sign of trauma. I honestly wished Dawn Trail, the Dawn Trail that we got, I wished it was two expansions. I wish that the first half, the beachside holiday expansion with only like a teeny bit of trauma and such like that because of the cycle of generational trauma and shit like that. I wish that was just the entire expansion from Dawn Trail. And then we got the second half of Dawn Trail as a new expansion. Because they did this with Stormblood. And I feel like Stormblood did something real weird. Kind of same, the pacing was a bit off. Yeah. Although Erichthonios was not but a collection of memories, I know his absence pains you, but he acted with resolve, full aware of the potential consequences. Let us look back on this moment not with sorrow, but with pride. You both are the heroes of the day. Athena's ambitions would have swallowed the world had you not stemmed her advance. We shall stay here, both to look over Professor Claudian and ensure that there will be no further disturbances in the ethereal sea. You should rest, and I will not take no for an answer. Guided by the past. It seems we can do naught but wait. Perhaps we might discuss a matter which has been troubling me. While your colleague, Nemgigi, was enlightening us on the historical events which led to this era, she let slip the name of one of the Asians. La Habrea. Oh boy, you are aware of your past. Or future, I should say. It kind of. Look, your past self is aware of your future, which is my past, right? You're aware of you. Although she knew of the figure only from her research, she was most insistent that there is no evidence connecting the Asian to myself. Yet I am aware that this La Habrea used the heart of Sabek to sow chaos throughout your world, and I would be a fool to deny such strong connection between us. You are the only one present who has met the Asian in question. So I would ask you directly, are he and I one and the same? Is my fate to work in the shadows and bring about untold destruction? you are him. I'm sorry, but like you, Elidibus, and La Habrea are like the unsundered. You are you are all connected. You are unbroken after the sundering. I see. If you say it so, then there's no reason to disbelieve it. These Asians, or Paragons, I'm told, were ruthless in their schemes to rejoin the sundered worlds. I have heard but a small number of their deeds, and still I find it difficult to comprehend the depths to which they were willing to sink. To choose a path of evil, all for the sake of the star. I admit, 'tis a decision I would make under the right circumstances. Although the age may take their toll, my devotion to my duty will never waver. More like an homage, ticky-tacky. I would say this is more of an homage to previous Final Fantasy games, rather than it just being a leaning on mechanics or shared themes. It would actually... So yeah. Paying no heed to what might be lost, I will treat the heart of Sebek as a mere tool for my own deeds. Never caring to look beyond the surface, I will unleash forces that I fail to truly comprehend, and remain blissfully ignorant of my hypocrisy all the while.
Nani?
Ah, it appears Claudian has awakened. Hmm? Grant, I have some faint memories of what transpired. You stood against Athena and won. And you were there too. I feel like that doesn't have the same admiration that you were hoping when you said, and you were there too. La Habrea, Ericthonios' memories of you dwell within me still. Though unyielding discipline, you hope to forge a son equal to yourself, but the crucible you placed him in left scars which were loath to heal. Yet, you were never motivated by selfishness. All you did was in service of your duty. At the least, I will hear no more. Though you may possess Ericthonios' memories, you are not him. In rebirth, you have become someone else entirely, and you belong to this age. As such, I am your enemy, and an enemy does not deserve sympathy. Oh yeah, so actually, critical thing, ticky-tacky, is that what I've just gone through, Pandemonium, this is a raid series. This is side content. This is optional. This was optional in progressing through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. So they at least did online OG raids and Easter egg-like things. Yes. Yes, they have. There are dungeons, part of the main storyline, that don't make explicitly a reference to previous Final Fantasy entries and such like that. The raid series, like the trials and the raids, more often are more often an homage or reference to previous Final Fantasy entries, but the mainline storyline, more often than not, is its own thing. Of course, I would never condone the actions of the Asian, but you are not him. You are La Habrea of the Convocation. You spared no effort in saving us from Athena's machinations. For that, you deserve the utmost praise, and my personal thanks. If you insist on deceiving yourself, then so be it. My stance remains unchanged. The most difficult of your trials is behind you, but you may find that Pandemonium has yet to relinquish the last of its secrets. Among them is the identity of Hephaestus's liberator, who set the very first wheel in motion. There is but one place to find these answers: the past. However, I must insist that you keep silent about Athena's fate. While I doubt it would change the decisions I make, you should not tender us information we could not uncover ourselves. Now that I have said my piece, I shall follow in my son's footsteps. These odious memories will fade to nothing, as was always their fate. Farewell. Almost there, chat. My time too draws near, but I believe I can stay long enough to see this matter through. You shall journey to the past to seek out the truth of La Habrea's words, yes? While Themis himself may have been there to see this encounter, I have the unique opportunity to hear your perspective on the matter. That is, of course, if you will share it with me. I look forward to it. I shall take in the ethereal sea one final time as I await your return. Ba-ba. All right. Alrighty, so there we go, a wind-up Athena. So yeah, so this game will just do all kinds of... The only actual game they never really reference much so far, I guess, is 7? Yeah, like, isn't 7, like, very, like, futuristic as well? Like, it's all about, like, the environment and like, you know, technology, like, encroaching upon the planet. And this is Hegemone. God damn, this is a long walk. Keyword of Abyssos, but I suspect you may already know that. We did meet once before after all, although I was not entirely myself. Cool, awesome. Ah, so Davy boy, does this mean that when I get started going through the earlier Final Fantasy games like Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3, Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 5, Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9, Final Fantasy 10, Final Fantasy 10-2, I can rely on your expertise? Grant, truth be told, I thought you would have little reason to ever visit this place again. It seems I was wrong. I just wanted to say hello. How neatly you obfuscate your motivations. Do as you will, then. He has gone through the trouble to visit us, so I hardly think curtness is in order. We braved Pandemonium together, why not at least share with him our progress? I have relinquished control of Pandemonium to La Habrea. I was never meant to hold it for long, and now such authority resides in rightful hands. With La Habrea's help, we have poured through Athena's research into the Hemitheo. Thus, we were able to restore Hegemon's mind and body. Yet, there is still much work to be done. Damage to repair, key wards to replace. The tasks are too many to count. But although the path may be long, our progress is steady. I believe we can safely say that Pandemonium will soon function as it did before. Indeed. Before we reach that point, however, there are some matters which we must put to rest. One concerns Pandemonium itself. And another is a personal matter. Until they are settled, I cannot move forward. It shall not take long. Lack of resolve caused me to delay, but I have chosen my course. These concerns must be weighty indeed. Do you intend to share your burdens with us? If you would bear witness, then come. Your arrival at this very moment almost beggars belief, but I shall not ask you to leave. I simply ask that you do not interfere, no matter what may happen. Stay here. This will be over soon. Why did you call me here, Master La Habrea? There's still so much to be done if the Wardens are to be freed. You have served within Pandemonium since Athena's time, have you not? That makes you the most senior keyword, now that Agdistis is gone. As such, you deserve to know a secret few others are privileged to hear, one concerning myself. Separating Hephaestus from myself required removing part of my soul. A necessary sacrifice, but one which came at no small cost to my natural talents. I am but a shadow of the man I was at the time of my appointment as La Habrea. I could never hope to wield the same magic that Hephaestus used to bind the Warden's mind, let alone break the shackles. That tone of defeat does not befit your voice, Master La Habrea. Do not give in to despair. There is no despair, only truth. I do not confide in you to garner cheap sympathy. Hephaestus left behind fascinating research. His conclusion was that in order to transform a vessel into a Hematheos, absolute control over their mind was essential. As you well know, the magics used to achieve such dominion exploited strong emotions within the victims' hearts. In the case of Hesperos and Agadistus, their respect for me. Upon slipping his bonds, Hephaestus took steps to throw Pandemonium into chaos. With their attention divided, Key Ward and Warder alike were easy targets. But there was an act that came before. Regardless of Hephaestus' prowess, he could not have won freedom on his own. For long days and nights, I pondered, who might have released him? I could not only conclude that Athena's plans were set in motion long, long ago, when she claimed the mind of one of her admirers. Hegemone, none would question your pride in your position, your devotion to Pandemonium. But you do not believe I am the one fit to lead it, do you? Your loyalty lies not with my vision for Pandemonium, but Athena's. Master La Habrea, whatever has spurred this sudden accusation, I assure you there is a proper explanation. What in the actual fuck are you doing, La Habrea? Do not approach. As I have already stated, even should I detect Athena's tinkering, I am currently powerless to dispel it. And so I have come to the decision, one which was made with the best interest of our stars in mind. In order to build a better future, I require the strength I have lost. I must embrace these odious memories. Mark well this sight, engrave it upon your very soul. You now bear witness to the true La Habrea. Oh shit, he's burning her. Or, no, he's just burning the magics out of her. I cannot imagine this was an easy choice, but it is done. Is she alive? Yes, and she shall remember this lesson well. Athena's puppet no longer, I see. She may yet harbor ill will towards me, but there is a risk I am willing to take. Our star requires a steady hand to guide it, and now mine is equal to the task. I can no longer allow Pandemonium to divert my focus. Hegemon, I would ask that you serve me anew. There is none other more suited to overseeing this prison, none other who will take such pride in their duty. We defeated a god, or someone attempting to be a god, Omega. My loyalty to Athena led me to betray you once before. Why would you allow me to keep the position of Key Ward? I require your talents as I require Hephaestus's. The past is of no consequence. Well, very well. In honor of our fallen colleagues, I shall restore this institution to its former glory. La Habrea is himself once more. He wields his authority without hesitation, and thinks not twice once his judgment has sounded. Yet he is different from Athena. He thinks only of the betterment of the star. So long as duty guides his actions, he shall not share her fate. Excuse me. As should his convictions ever waver, the emissary will set him back on the proper cause. Good. If this is the path he chooses to walk, then I will walk with him. I'll allow our bond to fray no further. As his son, I will support him in the days ahead. I would not ask you to say the same, Grant. You and I stand on peaks separated by vast chasms. Our perspectives shall never align. And never shall one give way to the other, for such is our nature. With that in mind, let us consider our debts between us to be void. Before you leave here, mark well these words. My resolve shall weather loss unfathomable, and yield before no obstacle. Walk your path with the same conviction. There we go. Ah, I see where they want me to go. Oh yeah, hang on. So, do I have all these? No, not the mythos. Okay, so I don't have any of the purgatory stuff. I had exactly 4 leggings. Are you shitting me right now? There we go. You gave me red. I didn't know that mutes you. No, it doesn't. It doesn't mute me. It just does noise. It just does noise. So I don't normally, like, you know, do I don't normally like say anything while it's doing like the so. But yeah, so yeah, these things I'll probably collect again. Almost there! We're almost done with this quest line! You were mid-narrative earlier doing voices and all, and I fucked that. Look, I'm glad that you at least recognize, like, the fault in, like, doing a redeem in the middle of VAing. I'm glad that you understand, like, you know, maybe it's not the best time. And yeah, you can learn from this. We're not gonna vilify people for making small mistakes. It's like, socialization is important where if you do create small faults that you have the opportunity to, one, make the fault in the first place, but then two, learn why it's a fault and to find ways to, that when you move beyond it, that you try not to repeat yourself again. Oh my god, there's still so many more people to talk to. Jesus Christ. There you are, Grant. While you were away, Themis brought me up to speed on all that happened while I was held prisoner. His story shone light upon any number of questions that were niggling at my... The fuck? That feels wrong. Nagging away at my conscience. Namely, those concerning the ethereal signature emanating from Az's law. Doubtless its source was Athena, reaching out as far as she could from her prison, ever grasping for someone to take Erechthonios' place, grasping for the body his soul resided in. I wanted to ask, when you first found the crystal, were you unable to hear the memory stored within? Indeed. It was only after our research was well underway that I could hearken to its whispers. Contact with the crystal should have awakened the memories, but the passage of time likely changed Erechthonios' soul in the subtle ways. Perhaps ethereal resonance was a gradual process in this case. However, being attuned to Erechthonios exposed you to Athena's voice as well. Doubtless the choice to venture forth into Az's law was not your own. It was Athena's influence working through you. I do recall being strangely fixated on acting alone. I never would have encountered such recklessness usually, although the choice was not entirely my own. I am still ashamed of my actions. Reflection is how we plant the seeds of growth, although we must not blame ourselves for events out of our control. Yeah, see? That the voice in the crystal belonged to the person from which your soul originated. Well, not even the most brilliant researcher could have come to that conclusion. Your reassurance means more than you know. Thank you. Now, one final matter. It concerns the very crystal whose discovery set this adventure in motion. Perhaps sparked by recent events, a new light began to shine from within its depths. From my experience, this would indicate that a new memory has floated to the surface, eager to be observed. Ooh. For some time, the question of why La Habre and Erechthonios would leave such a crystal behind in the first place has lingered in the back of my mind. With Erechthonios' memory and such magical talents are at my disposal, I believe I can make this final memory manifest for us all to behold. Shall we witness it together? One moment, please. I'm gonna take this opportunity to also go to the bathroom again while there's an advertisement. Hopefully it, like... Hopefully this pause... Come on, pause. Pause. Pause, please. I want to go to the bathroom. Okay, there, cool. Yeah, it wants me to read dialogue. Cool, bathroom break. You did it again! You stole my shirt! How dare! Artemis! Puedo et al. No? I don't know what that said, Ticky Tacky. I don't know what you just said then. I leave this memory for you, the future of our star. The final days has come, and the creation magics we have so relied upon now hasten our downfall. But despair has not yet won out. La Habrea and the others of the Convocation are working to stem the chaos which threatens to engulf our star. Their plan requires great sacrifice. Elidibus Themis has already offered to give his life for our salvation. Yet there is another problem which must be dealt with. Pandemonium, wherein are confined our most vicious creations. Even should we survive the final days, it would take time to restore order. If Pandemonium's cells were breached and their prisoners set upon the star, our hard-won peace would be obliterated in an instant. Someone must stay behind to ensure that never happens. With Themis and La Habrea otherwise indisposed, that responsibility falls to me. And that is why I must defy the directive of the Convocation. My soul will not be offered to manifest the will of the star, but instead consigned to eternal vigil. I know that in doing so, the final days may take me. I may not live to see my duty upheld. That's why I have resolved to set this crystal adrift in the tides of the underworld. It contains memories of Pandemonium from both my father and I, and shall bear this warning to the future even if I cannot. I've imbued this crystal with magics that will attract it to my essence. Even should I journey through the underworld and be born anew, this message will reach me. Pandemonium shall not be left unattended. If all else fails, then perhaps another man like my dear friend will come along. One with the utmost unnatural ability to pick up the scent of trouble. I wonder where he is now. How many souls has he saved? And how many beasts has he slain since last we met? Alongside my warning, this memory shall carry a wish. Grant, may we meet again. Now listen well. If anyone receives this message, you must come to Pandemonium. Please, make haste. I repeat. And I'm guessing that's the end of the message, to just come over to Pandemonium. You need areola reduction? Absolutely fucking not. Without areolas or nipples, pecs and boobs are fucking useless. You want good areolas. You want good, wide, deep contrasting areolas. Well, that dispels the last of my doubts. Thank you for humoring me, and now we come to this. it survived. Oh, that's the Black Aura site, is it? Yes, the Heart of Sabik. Ooh, the ties that bound Athena's memories to my body, no doubt. When I regained my senses, I found it on my person. Now it appears your efforts have left it bereft of memories. No trace remains of Athena. However, its power as Auracite yet remains, and it may prove to be a valuable trove of knowledge in the hands of the right researcher. I feel that fate has left it with me for a reason. I shall take my leave, but on behalf of my colleagues, nay, the entire Star, I thank you both for putting an end to Athena's wickedness. I can feel my neck cracking when I do this. Like tiny little cracks going off.
I see. Then Hephaestus' story has been laid bare. As has the nature of our mysterious crystal. The questions which led us into Pandemonium are answered, and soon order shall be restored. I too can fade away, unburdened by regret. I could not have reached this point without you, friend.
All good.
So many revelations. But there are more, if you would dig a little deeper. Elidibus's soul was plucked from the ethereal sea, and from it I was wrought. Surely you have a passing interest in what I remember, in what I feel.
Oh.
You deserve what answers I can provide. While my memories of
Because Elidibus was like part of the Shadowbringers expansion.
hazy, at best. Perhaps Athena made me this way. Or perhaps it is the result of who or what I was before. Still, I can recall vague figures, scenes from my future and your past. At the Crystal Tower's peak, we clash. And later, from that self-same spire, I send you forth into our age, into Elpis. Why do I decide on such a course? Formless as these images are, I cannot say. However, I can hazard a guess. Somewhere within my fragmented memories, I catch a glimpse of our journey into Pandemonium. A glimpse which shows not the path we took or the destination where it led us, yet by its very presence demands that you are required in Elpis. And even if that act is but one link in the chain of events which ends in Atheris' salvation, then this all has meaning. Our time together, every moment, is worthwhile and I am unburdened by regret.
That's good to know.
That said, it is possible my motivations become something else entirely. That you would cross this vast expanse in the hopes of being reunited with your allies. A devotion that once would have baffled me. But after having been to the depths of that twisted prison and back, I think I can understand. Now, I have pulled back the curtain as far as I dare. The people of your age call this the Ethereal Sea, a name I quite enjoy, for it teems with life, each star a soul on its journey. And among these uncountable stars, it was yours that crossed my path. For that, I shall be forever grateful. I wish you well on your journey. A journey as long as your star is bright. A journey not bound by the confines of this world or any other.
Almost there.
How fascinating. The truths that dwell at the edge of sleep.
Okay, so now he's legitimately in
The
the Ethereal
course
Sea.
of history is set.
They're making it very, very clear that this is someone we're hearing from the Ethereal Sea. Like, not our Warrior of Light, but us, the viewer.
Should this star continue upon its path, look. The light.
God damn it, you got me. Alrighty. Welcome back, Grant. I hope you said farewell to Themis for me. Recent events have given me not only a new focus for my research, but also insights into my own origins. Truly, 'tis a gift I could never hope to repay. As La Habrea said, I am not Erichthonios, yet I bear a part of him inside me. And I shall do what I can to follow the traces he has left behind in the present day. A spark has been struck in my mind. I am ready to pursue my research with a fervor that the likes of which I have not had since my youth. Doubtless I shall have need of you in the days and moons ahead. When that time comes, I only hope that you will once again lend me your sound counsel. Until then, may you fare well. Dun, dun, dun. Also, did you see them? Hey, look, there they are. Chat. It's Alpha and Omega. Huh? It's Alpha and Omega. They just go around on their like silly little adventures. It's great. Recount the investigation of the Ethereal. So yeah, this is to unlock the Savage stuff. Pandemonium Anabesios Savage has now been unlocked. Yeah. Dun dun dun. Alrighty then. Ooh, awesome job. There we go. We completed that.
Did you see it?
Piecing a gap of like 8 games. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. You are, unfortunately, Tiki Taki. This is very deep into the expansion of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Like, this is Endwalker. There is several expansions that you're going to need to go through. But good news, there is a free trial that allows you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and the tantalizing Stormblood and the player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime. Once you get through all those, or you go through a YouTube video where they explain to you the story and the side content, then you'll get up to the point where you then need to learn more about Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. I know I'm Googling, was it boy reference? Oh, Alpha. So he is from the Deltascape, raids from Stormblood. So, not shut, here we go. So, the normal raids in Stormblood between Delta, Sigma, and Alphascape, so the Omegascape and such, he is from that raid series, and that's like a tiny wind-up Omega. Cool stuff. Alrighty. It is getting late. Look at the time. It is almost 11 o'clock. It is almost 11 o'clock. I need to go to bed. As much as I would love to be up until past midnight or something like that, my neck is sore. I am tired. I also need to wake up in a relatively decent time tomorrow anyway, so then that way I don't completely ruin my sleep. I can now put all this kind of shit away. Alrighty then. Anna Bessos face of something or other. Mail. And gauntlets. And then for the legs, the Anabesos again, and the Anabesos. Alright, so level 90. Apply. Alrighty, so saving the outfit. It's alright. I don't think I'd find myself wearing all that, but yeah. Alrighty then. I am going to call the stream there. By God, it's a lot. A lot has happened, but I am so thankful for all of you being here. We have now gone through all of the trials and raids that are across us, Heavensward, Stormblood, Endwalker, and Dawn Trail. The only thing I have not done is a raid series, is the normal raid from A Realm Reborn, which is the Coils of Bahamut. I have been told that is a terrible idea and am not to do that. I think I'm going to find a way to go through the Coils of Bahamut. So yeah. So I am going to call the stream there for myself, but we are going to go and have a look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Let's see, who is online? Oh, Ozlupo is going through some... Oh, wait, they've been at this for 4 hours. Hang on. Let me find someone that's not been streaming for, like, the last 4+ hours. So then that way we don't, like, get someone absolutely... So that's 5. Let us see. Who is it recommending to me? 6 hours, 2 hours and something minutes, 3 hours and 30, 8 hours, 37, 9 hours. Goodness gracious. You know what? Hang on. Similar or smaller? The Baja, whatever. Why is this such a bad... The Coils of Bahamut, because it's all the way back from Endwalker. Sorry, not from from A Realm Reborn, and there's like, if you try and do it synced, there are just some mechanics that are not fun to do whatsoever, is their thing. So... Alright, you know what? Let's go raid into... Actually, hang on a second. Let me just double check and make sure no one's like done the redeem of like, hey, you should go raid into this person. Pixelating the Zeebs, pixelating the Zeebs. No, it doesn't look like anyone's done that kind of a thing. So yeah, let's just go. It's broken or glitchy. What, the head pat? Oh, I'll need to fix that. Let's just go with the first one that's recommended to me, and we're going to someone named Shadowpen. It looks like he's going through the ninja job class. So we're gonna go raid into Shadowpen then. Since this is the first time we're raiding into them, we're gonna go with the go to Gears. Nah, we're gonna go to Shadowpen. Wait, unless did you do a little thingamadiggy of guiding the raid or? No, you did. Okay, no. Gears of War held them out. We're not going to help them out, but we are going to go. So we're going to go raid into Shadowpen. They're going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV as well. They look to be going through the they're going through the ninja job class, which was available in A Realm Reborn. So fairly early stuff. If you're not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want for our message. Himbo raid, show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. But yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. Tomorrow is Saturday. I'm going to enjoy my time off. And then I'm going to be back into streaming come Sunday, because Sunday morning I'm going to be playing through Diablo 2 with Code and Velk. So otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.